ಗಣೇಶ
ಸುಂದರ ಸಾಯಿ ಗಣೇಶ
ಸುಂದರ ಸಾಯಿ ಗಣೇಶ
ಪಶುಪತಿ ತನಯ ಬಾಲ ಗಜಾನನ ತುಮ ಹೋ ವಿಘ್ನ ವಿನಾಶ ಗಣೇಶ
ವಿಘ್ನ ವಿನಾಶ ಗಣೇಶ
ಹೇ ಶಿವನಂದನ ಬಾಲ ಗಜಾನನ
ಶಿವನಂದನ ಬಾಲ ಗಜಾನನ
ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾನ
ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾತ
ಮಂಗಳ ಕರ ಹೇ ಮಂಗಳ ಕರ ಹೇ
ಮಂಗಳ ಕರಹೇ ಮಂಗಳ
ಸುಂದರ ಸಾಯಿ ಗಣೇಶ ಗಣೇಶ
ಸುಂದರ ಸಾಯಿ ಗಣೇಶ ಗಣೇಶ
ಸುಂದರ ಸಾಯಿ ಗಣೇಶ
ಸುಂದರ ಸಾಯಿ ಗಣೇಶ
ಪಶುಪತಿ ತನಯ ಬಾಲ ಗಜಾನನ My eyes are forever seeing your form.
My eyes are forever seeing your form.
My ears are forever hearing Sai Ram.
My ears are forever hearing Sai Ram.
My voice is forever singing your glory, my Lord.
My voice is forever singing your glory, my Lord.
Sai Nata, Sai Nata, Jaya Jaya Hey Sai Nata.
Sai Nata, Sai Nata, Jaya Jaya Hey Sai Nata.
Make my body your Putta party.
Make my body
Your Putta party. Make my heart your Prashanti.
make my
Heart your
Prashanti.
Fill my life with love, peace and joy.
Fill my life with love, peace and joy.
And the music of your glory, Sai Nata.
And the music of your glory, Sai Nata.
Sai Nata, Sai Nata. Jaya Jaya Hey Sai Nata.
Sai Nata, Sai Nata. Jaya Jaya Hey Sai Nata.
My eyes are forever seeing your form.
My eyes are forever seeing your form.
My ears are forever hearing Sai Ram.
My ears are forever hearing Sai Ram.
My voice is forever singing your glory, Sai Ram.
My voice is forever singing your glory, my Lord.
Sai Nata, Sai Nata. Jaya Jaya Hey Sai Nata.
Sai Nata, Sai Nata. Jaya Jaya Hey Sai Nata.
Make my body your Putta party.
Make my body your Puttaparthi.
Make my heart your Prashanti.
Make my heart your Prashanti.
Fill my My eyes are forever seeing your form.
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी
मधुसूदन मुरलीधारी
श्री मधुसूदन मुरलीधारी
मधुसूदन मुरलीधारी
श्री मधुसूदन मुरलीधारी
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी
माधव मोहन मयूर मुकुटधरा
माधव मोहन मयूर मुकुटधरा
माधव मोहन मयूर मुकुटधरा
माधव मोहन मयूर मुकुटधरा
मधुरानाथा प्रभु गिरिधारी
मथुरानाथा प्रभु गिरिधारी
मधुरानाथा प्रभु गिरिधारी
मथुरानाथा प्रभु गिरिधारी
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी
मधुसूदन मुरलीधारी
श्री मधुसूदन मुरलीधारी
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी
माधव मोहन मयूर मुकुटधरा
माधव मोहन मयूर मुकुटधरा
मयूर मुकुटधरा
मयूर मुकुटधरा
माधव मोहन मयूर मुकुटधरा
माधव मोहन मयूर मुकुटधरा
मधुरानाथा प्रभु गिरिधारी
मथुरानाथा प्रभु गिरिधारी
मधुरानाथा साई गिरिधारी
मथुरानाथा साई गिरिधारी
मधुवन संचारी श्याम मुरारी शांति शांति शांति
My humble pronounce at thy lotus feet of my beloved Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba, respected elders, Sai brothers, and our distinguished guests. Sai Ram to all of you. Hope all of you had a wonderful morning and are thrilled for the next 2 days, or today and tomorrow. The theme for this year is knowing to being Sai. Once again, it's knowing to being Sai. And Swami, in one of the discourses in Sri Sathya Sai Speaks, Volume 3, says that we are all divine. But one thing is missing, and that is due to the senses. So how do we elevate ourselves and be divine and know that we are all Sai? So that's what we'll be discussing these 2 days through our wonderful speaker who's here with us. And also, another thing is this location. One of the deity who's right there out has extolled that of knowing to being Sai or being divine. And Swami says that Hanuman exemplifies 3 stages of devotion. First, as a servant to his Lord, which is through Dasya Bhakti. Then, as part of God, when he saw himself as an embodied soul. And finally, as one with God, when he experienced the Atmic awareness, a state where him and God are one, him and Rama are one. So Swami also highlighted that Hanuman's unity of thought, word, and deed, his unwavering faith, and his self-sacrificing service to Rama. And if you've noticed, Bhagavan has given this wonderful organization to us, right? And through this wonderful organization, he also gave us 3 wings to Jnana, Kriya Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga, right? Which is service, selfless service, and educare. We also can emulate ourselves just like Hanuman and be that oneness with Swami. So another thing is Mount Madonna. We just happen to know that Mount Madonna or Madonna in Spanish refers to Mother Mary. The word signifies her role as a pure, compassionate mother of Jesus, symbolizing the divine grace, hope, and maternal love in Christianity. So when we came to this venue, we really didn't first know why Swami chose this venue for us. But there is a great significance when he chose, because with the theme, he's aligning all of us to come together as one. And hopefully, we all, as devotees, can emulate that love to Bhagavan. And with that, I hand over to our brother, Sunil, to introduce our speaker for today, and also a few logistics. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Sister Pavitra. So we're all very excited to be here, yes. How many of you are returning to Mount Madonna after a long time? How many of you are here for the first time? How many of you are here right now, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually? Good. Just checking, just checking. Sai Ram, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I will be your logistical guide through this weekend. As you can imagine, we start the retreat planning by saying, oh, let's keep it spacey and roomy and lots of time for lots of things, and then it's like planned to the last minute. So you're going to need a guide for the next couple days, and I will be your ranger to help you kind of say, we need to be here, or we need to be there, or have you done this, or put your shoes away, etc. That is going to be my role over the next 2 days. So with that, and before I take a moment and give you what you're all waiting for, the introduction for the speaker, because you know what happens after that. The speaker, Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam, comes and speaks, which is why we're all here. So we'll make this quick. The restrooms are outside to the left and the right, and there's some more down the line to the other side of the building. So make sure that you are able to kind of figure out where the closest ones are. Outside also is coffee and tea, which is served all through the day. There will be a surprise actual chai service, which will just happen fluidly. It's not on the schedule. So chai will appear, and we will all go and make it disappear. But coffee and tea will happen through the day. Just make sure that you're keeping it as a quiet space, because on the other side of the wall, all of us are on a spiritual journey. On that side of the wall also we are. But here we are in the altar room, listening to the speaker or having an activity. Please make sure you register and check in, because as you know, this facility is quite, they look particularly to make sure everyone's registered, signing a waiver, making sure your band is on for food, etc. and etc. Food times are maintained quite strictly here. So while we totally appreciate that a big part of retreat is social time, we just encourage you to have that social time while in motion towards the dining hall, and while in motion back, and in the dining hall. Just if you keep moving, it's all going to work out just fine. So the next food thing you have to remember, and you don't have to walk far, it'll be served right outside. After the talk, there's a little snack break where we get hummus and crudités and all kinds of deliciousness right outside this door in a couple of hours. One ask is to honor the space. It's a temple. It's a holy ground. So make sure that whatever you're doing here respects the space. That includes litter. That includes, I'm speaking mostly about deeds, but certainly thought and word also. Swami room is 118B on the other side. So Swami, at every retreat, has a room where we welcome him and he has the space, and that room is available for all of us to commune with him, have some meditative time. So 118B. So when you think of Swami, you think 108, but actually think 10 more, 118B. Shoes and shoe racks. Shoes aren't allowed, just very carefully. Signs are kind of not super clear, but sometimes they're not in the place where they need to be. But shoes are not allowed on any carpeted space. Where you see a carpet, if you see a shoe, not right. So please make sure that there's always an area before the carpeted space where you can take shoes off. They made it very convenient. Let's make sure that we take our shoes off before carpeted spaces. There's shoe racks there too, to tuck them in neatly. Cups and labels. As a region, we love being go green and enviro care focused. Here, they've created an environment where we can do it for us. We can actually, when we use a cup, we don't need to throw it away or we don't need to put it immediately for wash. We can take a little sticker tape and put our name on it. They've given all of those utensils and tools outside. And then you can put it on a rack that says, please put your used cup here. So through the weekend, you can actually use the cup and put it for washing once. Rinse, reuse, etc. Put for washing towards the end. One other thing, again, because it's a temple and there are a lot of people who live here, you may actually have seen them at the dining hall as well. Let's make sure that when we speak with each other, our voices are soft, especially in the workshops and in the corridors. I think the dining hall is certainly a space where we can all commune. Let's just be careful and mindful of other people who are in the facility with us. And then let's all smile and enjoy Swami's energy seeping through all of us and help each other. And certainly if you need any help, please ask one of us, one of the officers, or one of the coordinators, and we will do our best to help you. So this is for all of the adults. The children have it slightly easier. Actually, 2 of the children's announcements are for adults also. So there you go. Children are to be accompanied by an adult at all times. Parents, to check in on their children, especially during meal times. Meal times are common for everybody. To make sure that they're eating foods that are suitable for them and they're well. It's a warm day. Make sure you're drinking lots of water. If you have water bottle, there are canisters outside to refill them. Dehydrate children as well. And then finally, SSE camp begins right now. So please, after bhajans, kids who are in the room can certainly, group 1, 2, and 3 kids, can certainly go join your other SSE friends. They're going to start off with icebreaker, and then there's a whole series of things that happen. All right. Lots of announcements. Did that all stick? Yeah? Okay. Where do shoes go on carpets? Not at all. That's the answer. Exactly. Zaira. Yes. Thank you. And now it is my privilege on behalf of our region to welcome our esteemed guest speaker for the retreat this weekend, Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam. Yes, please. His bio is beautifully written, so I'm going to take a moment to just read it, and then we can welcome him with our applause, and we can have him start his talk with us. Let's give 20 seconds for the kids to leave so that all of us are adept. No, that's not the word I'm searching for. All of us are just wrapped in attention. Good. All right. Dr. Sanjay. Of all the abundant blessings Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam has received in his life, the most cherished is the joy of basking in the immediate presence of a great being like Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. More than 7 years of living with Swami left him enriched beyond words and firmly set on an inner exploration that in the years that followed completely transformed the quality of his life. As he awakens from the slumber of limited personality to the unlimited essence of one's real nature, Dr. Sanjay bows down to the immense grace his spiritual master personified. It's indeed a rare opportunity to live in the close proximity of a spiritual master, and rarer still to realize the blessing and bring it to fruition in one's own life. Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam has been blessed with many personal interviews over the course of his years as a student and research scholar of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. Amongst other travels, such as those to Chennai for the Ati Rutra Mahayagna in 2007, he has had the rare fortune of accompanying Swami on the highly coveted Kodaikanal trips on 3 different occasions, 2005, 2006, and 2007. Highly coveted because Kodaikanal always provided a very intimate audience to all of the devotees who gathered, but also a very intimate interaction with people who traveled with Swami or were part of his group and were kind of with him day in and day out. He was an important part of the famous university convocation dramas of 2004 and 5. These diverse interactions with Bhagavan allowed him to witness the munificence of the avatar in its varied manifestations and provided him the invaluable opportunity to glean from his experiences with Bhagavan wisdom that is astonishingly simple yet very profound. Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam has been a proficient academic and educator at the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Prashanti Nilayam. After serving in the university founded by Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba for 21 years in various capacities, he has recently moved on to pursue the love and delight of his life, helping people live a life of unending joy and freedom. A beloved teacher and guide to his students, Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam is widely regarded as an extraordinary communicator, a skill that he consciously employed in transmitting the teachings of his beloved spiritual master. Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam has completed MBA 2004 and PhD 2008 from Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Prashanti Nilayam. He is a trained life coach, a certified NLP practitioner, an expert in experiential non-duality, and above all, devoted to the God that shines in each heart. Ladies and gentlemen, very sweet and befitting introduction to Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam. Let's put our hands and our hearts together and welcome him to the stage.
Offering my loving salutations at Swami's lotus feet. Sai Ram to everybody. Can we increase the... Yeah, that's good. Yeah, thank you. So, in the middle of the talk, if I yawn, it's not because I'm bored, it's just because I'm jet-lagged. Please forgive me. It's been less than 48 hours since I've been here in this country. It's an honor to be standing in the midst of all of you. And, I just think why this respect? Why, I am standing on this side and you're sitting that side? It's only because of my association, in whatever capacity, with Swami. Many years back, Swami was going to Kodaikanal, well before my time, somewhere in the 90s. Later on, Swami started flying directly to Madurai, and then from there he will go in his car to Kodaikanal. But in those days, the whole journey would be undertaken by road. So how it would happen is, Swami would be going in his car, and the students accompanying Swami would follow the car in a bus. On one such occasion, Swami got down from the car and joined the students in the bus. And to the utter joy of the students, it was a gala time, and Swami traveling with them in the bus, singing bhajans, cracking jokes, laughing and teasing each other. It was a lot of fun. So this is what was happening. The bus had the students and Swami's car with the tinted glasses was moving ahead, empty, just the driver, empty car. As the car and the bus, the entourage, passed a certain city, news of Swami's passing through reached the residents, and hundreds of them lined the streets to offer their pranams to Swami. To have a glimpse of Swami, they all lined up on the streets to just do pranam to Swami as he passed through their city or village or whatever. They did not know that Swami was not in the car, he was in the bus. And everyone was bowing down to the empty car. So Swami said to the students, apparently, I was not there, but I have heard Swami told the students, see, this is the power of association. Just because that car is associated with me, an empty car is getting so much respect. And look at me. Nobody is doing pranam to the bus. Because of my association with you all, I have lost all respect. So this is the power of association. Come to think of it, each one of you could stand here and probably do a much better job than I could. But it is just that I carry with me the soil of Prashanti Nilayam, the fragrance of Puttaparthi, the air of, that holy land. You have such an eagerness to hear to what I have to say. This is the power of associating with such a great one as Swami. But having said that, in the same breath, I want to share with you one more small incident that happened in Trai Vrindavan in 2004. One day, Swami called about 5 of us. All of a sudden, around 2 p.m., word was sent, we were in the hostel, then we went running to Trai Vrindavan. Swami was in the first floor in one of the rooms. The television was set up, and Swami was watching something on TV. And Swami said, come, I want all of you to watch with me. So as is our habit, immediately we just pounce to Swami's feet, because there are only 3 slots. So how it happens is 2 people press his feet, and 1 person presses his calf and all. So there are just 3 vacancies around Swami's feet. So we just run to Swami's feet and start pressing Swami's feet, and then Swami said, see the TV. I don't know what was going on in the TV. I think some director, some producer, some new movie they must have made, must be a Sai devotee. He must have sent Swami some copy. So Swami must be seeing. I am not sure. Now, a brief digression. I don't even know what was going on in the TV. Okay, I'm going to digress a little bit here. If any great musician, any artist, any great performer wants to have his ego absolutely crushed, they should come and perform in front of Swami. I'll tell you why. Once in Sai Krishna Kalyana Mandapam in Whitefield, Vrindavan, I vaguely remember, I don't even remember who that person was, but I know this much, he was a very great musician. I am sure wherever he went, wherever he performed, he would be felicitated, garlanded, and people would be fortunate that such a great singer chose to come and sing in their presence. And on that day, Swami usually will be sitting on the stage. He chose to that day go and sit in the middle of the students. Somewhere where that gentleman is. Swami sat. What happened? That great musician is performing, and the whole audience is turned to Swami with their backs to that person. And I still remember I was right in front of Swami and looking at Swami, and Swami was like, "Hey, Akra Chudu, look there." And we won't even budge. And then Swami will very firmly, "Hey, Akra Chudu, look there." And because he says, there is only an extent to which you can say no to Swami, right? And then you say, look at him for 3 seconds, and then again, how many times Swami will say, look, and then we'll look, and again look back. This went on, and while finally Swami will give up, the whole audience will be turned, and that man will be singing gloriously to all the thousands of backs. So anyway, why I am saying this is none of us had any idea what was going on in the television. And Swami wanted to watch whatever he was watching. He was very engrossed, and he wanted us to watch. But that's not the incident. What happened was, there was a couch, one-person couch, Swami was sitting, and there was another couch right next to Swami, with the arms of the couch, joined, and that couch was empty. And as we all sat, Swami asked me, sit next to me. And I didn't know what to do. I was totally shocked. So, ikkada kuchu. Hey, lay. Swami said, get up, sit here. Get up from there, sit next to me. And I was trembling. I still even remember, I began to perspire. How do I sit next to Swami at the same level? It was the same identical couch. The same couch. And Swami was sitting on one, and so, sit here, come sit here, watch with me. And I said, no, Swami, I can't. My place is at your feet. How can I sit next to Swami? I said in Telugu. Swami said, hey, don't know pata, come, sit here. As I said, there is only so much no you can tell Swami. So then I sat. I was shaking. My hands were shaking. Literally, I didn't know what to do. Can I touch Swami, or what do I do? And then Swami took my hand, and then my hands were like this with Swami, and Swami sat. And he knew I was so anxious, and Swami said, and looked at me like, what's all the fuss about? And then he said, there's no difference between you and me. There is no difference. And that's all. Of course, that day I did not realize I was continuing to palpitate for the next 15-20 minutes. I was totally blanked out, no idea what was going on the television, nothing. I was just sitting next to Swami. And why I am saying this is, this ties in well with the theme of this conference, or retreat rather, from knowing to being Swami. I feel it is a little bit of a, and I use this word with caution, and forgive me if it offends any sensibilities. I feel it's a bit of a tragedy that so many of us, having come in contact, either physically or subtly, with a being of the magnitude of effulgence that Swami carried, a being of the magnitude of power, of the inner stillness that he embodied, having come in such close proximity, either physical, mental, spiritual, or whatever kind of proximity, we are still satisfied with trinkets. We are still unable to commit ourselves totally to the oceanic stillness that resonates in our heart. We are still not able to be in a deep, loving communion with that shining sun, which is our own presence, which you could say Swami or call by whatever name we choose to. And we are just satisfied with small things, this and that. This is one of the things that I think collectively all of us need to bring attention to. Having come in touch with Swami, am I willing to make a deeper commitment to what Swami represented and represents in our lives. What did he stand for? Not just some teachings. In fact, he did not even stand for the words he uttered. I remember I read somewhere, again, this is a digression, somewhere I read, I don't know, it's nothing to do with Swami. Some great master was giving a speech, discourse, like Swami would give a discourse, and there were a bunch of disciples listening to the beautiful words flowing out of from the tongue of the great spiritual master. And there was one disciple who was just, tears were flowing, and she was just looking at the master, absorbing everything he was saying. At the end of the discourse, somebody went and asked her, "Did you enjoy the discourse? Did you like what he said?" And she said, "I didn't hear anything he said. I was too distracted by his silence. I was too distracted by his silence to really hear anything he said." Do you get what I am saying? That is the language of communication that Swami wants us to develop. This deep, silent communion with Swami. But that needs a commitment, that needs some work. And that sits very well with this beautiful, noble theme of today and tomorrow, knowing to being. So the way I have structured, I think I have 3 sessions of about 1.5 hours each. Today now we'll talk more about, the ways of Swami and how it was to live with him and some what we usually call experiences with Swami. In the evening session, and I hope all of you are still there, we will take a deeper dive into what it takes to connect, to actually develop a spiritual bond with Swami, and what it means to be. And that session will be almost entirely practice. We will practice different forms of namasmarana. We all know what is namasmarana. It's one of the most important things Swami spoke about. But there are deeper ways of doing namasmarana, which not many of us have been exposed to. There are certain yogic ways of doing namasmarana. How it can be, for example, synced with the breath. How exactly to chant the name. How the chanting of the name can be made manifold more powerful in its impact, in the way it transforms ourselves and it develops a direct connection with Swami. So we will go into the practice of namasmarana. It will be entirely a workshop, which means we will actually do different kinds of repeating the name. And tomorrow we will look at the one single meditation that Swami taught me in 2009. It so completely altered my life and my own realization of who I am and what is this connection with Swami and what is really going on, which is usually understood as self-inquiry. We will go in a very, very practical and extremely simple to understand, in a way that even a 9-year-old can understand and start practicing self-inquiry from that session. I promise you this. Again, at the risk of slightly sounding immodest, I promise you this. This is my word to you. If you come and sit in tomorrow's session, at least once you will realize your oneness with Swami. The boundaries of who we are will definitely fall away. Even if it is for just an instant, it will simply fall away and we will know how one we are with Swami. And really there is no difference at all. So that practice we will learn and practice and go deeper into tomorrow's session, which will be on self-inquiry. So it is basically knowing Swami today, to being closer to him in the evening, and finally knowing that there was never any difference at all. We were always the waves of the ocean, but the wave has no separate existence from the ocean. There is no such thing as a wave separate from the ocean. So this is how it will be structured. Today, 1.5 hours, we'll talk of Swami and living with him. Evening, we'll talk of a method to develop a deep spiritual bond with him. Such a bond that, see, we all say, I feel Swami's presence. You know, we have all these beautiful photographs in our dining table. We say Swami is the head of this household and he's watching every conversation. But how to actually feel his presence? in a lived experiential manner. That we will see today, evening, and tomorrow in the last session that we will have together. Does that sound interesting? Okay, all right. Okay. So, yeah, so that was it. In Kodai, Swami, said the power of association, and then he revealed in his own beautiful, witty way that there never was any difference at all. The one amazing thing I found about Swami, and I don't have to tell you this, and having lived physically apart from Swami, as most of you must have, living in different parts of the world, not many get to live in Puttaparthi. So living apart from Swami, you would have experienced this more than me. The reach of Swami is not limited by Desha Kala Paristhiti. It's not limited by time, space, or any other condition. It's not even limited by states of consciousness. He will walk in and out of different states of consciousness, deep sleep, dream, wakefulness. He can just walk in and out and touch you in any state of consciousness, any time, any space. Time, space, and conditions limit the form. Like I can only be on the podium. I can't be on the podium and sitting there at the same time. The form is limited. But Swami in his essence, how unlimited he was by space, time, and states of consciousness, I will share 2 or 3 nuggets from my life. I'll start with something that happened with my sister. It was 2004. Swami had asked me, call your family, I want to meet them, I want to speak to them. So I called my parents, my sister, and everybody came, my grandparents. They all came to Swami, and Swami gave them a series of interviews. About that a little later. My sister, she's a very good singer. So when I say very good, I come from a family of musicians. When I say very good, I really mean very good, quite extraordinary. I don't know, some of you, little elderly people may know, before now they have mushroomed all over TV. Initially there was one reality show called ZTV Saregama. Sonu Nigam used to run it. So she won the All India #1, she was in that show. So she was quite a fabulous singer. We thought she will go into playback and stuff like that. So she used to learn Hindustani classical, Drupad. This is a style of singing Hindustani classical, Drupad Dhamar. That's what she used to learn. And the doyen of that kind of music at that time was a gentleman called Ustad Zia Fariduddin Dagar. Ustad Zia Fariduddin. So what he would do, he was the master of that form of singing in the whole world at that time. Every year he will pick 3 people. And they will come and live with him for 3 years. And he will train them. It's like a complete finishing school. And once you learn from him and come out, you are a finished product in Hindustani, Drupad, Dhamar kind of singing. So, cut the long story short, he basically picked my sister. So my sister had finished her graduation and she was going to move to Bombay to live with this great teacher and learn that Hindustani form of music. And just before going to Bombay, Swami called all of us for interview, and Swami gave a series of interviews, and Swami asked my sister, what are you up to, what's this, what's that? And she said, Swami, I finished my BSc, MSc in microbiology, and now I want to, I'm going to pursue music, and I'm going to do this. Swami said, very good, chala santosham. Go to Bombay, you have my blessings, you'll become great singer, everything Swami said. And there were a series of interviews over 2 weeks. Every day Swami would speak to them. On the last day, so tomorrow morning, everybody is flying out. No, the farewell interview. Swami would call you and then give you vibhuti packets and said, okay, chala manchide, I'm always with you. Go now, live your life. And wherever you go, I am with you and I will go with you and you are never separate from me. We call it the farewell interview. Because you don't know when you'll get to speak to Swami again. So it was a farewell interview. My family was there and everything happened. And then in the end, as everybody was leaving, Swami just told me and my sister, you both stay. So my parents left the interview room, and Swami was there, I was there, my sister was there. And Swami again asked my sister, so what's your plan? And Swami said, my sister surprised, Swami, I told you, Swami, I'm I'm going to pursue music, Swami. It's the love of my life. I want to become a great... Swami said, very good, very good. Then Swami said, adalla onnu venda. Music is onnu venda. En kodiye iru. Swami said, no need for music and all that. Stop all that. Stay here with me. That's it. The end of her music career. She literally never sang again. That's all. So that's Swami. And she was so cool about it. She said, okay, Swami. My heart skipped a beat, like, oh my God, like, what is that? You know? Anyway, Swami said, don't worry, I will take care of you. You stay with Swami, you are my children, I will take care of you. Tell your parents that, Swami will take care of you, don't worry. So, well, that was it, and my mom was shocked. She was like, in her mind, she thought I already sacrificed one son. Swami took my daughter also. That's our mother's thing. And she was like crying, oh, what is this? Anyway, it was what it was. So then parents left, sister stayed back. And Swami said, don't worry, I will tell you what to do. So when Swami says, I will tell you what to do, I will give you. Only thing is, Swami's timing is little, he doesn't work to the same x-axis like we do. His timings, we may think weeks, he may think lifetimes. So, when Swami says, I will give, I will tell, wait, you should take it with that's all. Be in the moment and surrender and forget about it. But that's not how our minds work, So, Swami said, I will tell. And 6 months over, 1 year over, no telling, nothing. My sister is sitting in the Kulwant hall, morning, evening, and, And when the frustration starts to build up in the mind, what the hell, did I make a mistake? Did I hear Swami right in the interview room? All questions will come. Just then Swami will call her for an interview. And then oh, very good, I'm with you, I love you, you are mine, I'm yours, blah, 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 and the vibhuti, and then again. And then the temperatures will come down, and again 1 year waiting. Temperature will go up, again one more interview. So this is how, how we fly a kite. Pull it, leave it, pull it, leave it. So this is how Swami plays with our mind so that we can go beyond the mind. He's a master at driving you crazy. So that one day we come out of the craziness of our limitations and we know our oneness with Him. The greatest craziness is that you think I am this body and I am this mind and I am a servant of the thoughts that run in my mind. That this few words running here decide who I am. This is the greatest craziness of it all. So he drives the mind crazy so that we can pop out of the mind and realize who we are. So he is a master at it. He is a master. I still remember, it's getting live streamed, but it's too late now. I still remember the way he will play with you. I actually went to Ganesha once. There's a Ganesha, huge Ganesha in Prashantilayam. I told, can you please ask your father to leave me alone? Meaning Swami. So, anyway. So, on one such occasion, now this is the crux of the story. Sorry, I'm elongating everything because they gave me 1.5 hours. All right? It's collective karma. Okay? So, in one such interview, Swami told her, do PhD. Swami said, what is your education? She said, Swami, MSc. Oh, very good. You do PhD. Swami told, you do PhD. And my sister broke down. How I know? Because whenever Swami would call her, because she's a single woman, Swami will always call me. So buy one, get one free. I will always get an extra interview. Swami would never be with a single woman alone in the interview room, usually. So he will call my sister, per force he has to call me. So I would also get one interview. So I was sitting there, she broke down. Why? She said, Swami, don't send me to Anantapur, Swami. Because, as some of you may know, Swami's college, university, has 3 campuses, 2 men's and 1 women campus. The men's campus is in Prashantilayam and Whitefield, Brindavan, Bangalore. And the women's campus is in Anantapur, which is about 100 kilometers approximately away from Puttaparthi. It's like a 2-hour drive. And the joke is, even a male mosquito cannot enter the female campus. Okay? So, Swami, don't send me, Swami, to Anantapur. I can't go to Anantapur, Swami. I've given up everything to be here. I don't want PhD. I don't want anything. I will just be in Parthi. Then Swami said, Anantapur enduku? Ikkada undi kada mana campus? Ikkada cheseyandi PhD. So Swami said, why Anantapur? We have a campus here. No, you do PhD here. And she was like, how? It's a men's campus. So here female mosquito also cannot enter. So how will I do PhD, 4-year program? There's pre-PhD work, there is courses to do, there are courses to pass. Constantly you have to be with your supervisor, meet him or her on a weekly basis. It's a 4.5 year program. And she was like, oh, Swami. And Swami said, no, I will never send you away from me. You do here. And Swami actually acted on his word. Swami called Vice Chancellor and, let her do PhD. And they were all shaken. It is unheard of, never happened. And there was a lot of resistance. From the top levels, I don't want to name all the gentlemen, but it's obvious, they have a university to run. So there was resistance from the Vice Chancellor downwards, trust. Everybody was resisting a little bit. But Swami is very gentle. He just made a point and then he left it. But Swami's word, Shabda Brahman. And a word that comes from that silence will find its mark always. Always it will find its mark. Swami just said casually, no, why in Anantapur? Ikkada cheyandi. Many years passed. So Swami then eventually gave her a job in SSSIO-USA, which is the super specialty hospital in Puttaparthi. In the microbiology lab there, Swami gave her a job and she was doing that job. So she was on the payroll of the SSSIO-USA, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Medical Sciences, which is the Puttaparthi super specialty hospital. Swami left, 2011 happened. It was 2014. A new director came to SSSIO-USA. What is his name? Dr. Voleti. Dr. Chaudhary Voleti. And a new Vice Chancellor came to SSSIO, the university, Dr. Prasad. A very forward-looking gentleman. That's why he didn't survive long. He left in 2 years. Nobody got the joke, but fine. So, a very forward-looking, very progressive gentleman. He became the Vice Chancellor of the university. And suddenly there was a realization that the super hospital is a gold mine of data. The microbiology lab, the biochemistry lab, there are hundreds of patients walk in with different kinds of microbial strands and cultures. It's a wealth of data for the research scholars and the scientists of the university. How come we are not collaborating? And both these heads of the organizations, the director of the hospital and the vice chancellor of the university came together and they signed an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, wherein the university will train in higher education certain employees of the hospital, and the hospital will collaborate with the university to assist the current research scholars in data sharing. This was the MOU. Part of the MOU was 2 ladies from Swami's super specialty hospital were granted PhD, means they were asked to do PhD from the men's campus. Now, because these 2 ladies are working in the super specialty hospital and the hospital is giving them the salary, they cannot be shipped off to Anantapur. You getting what I'm saying? Because it's their day job. PhD is a part-time PhD, but they still have to come to the men's campus. And my sister was one of those 2 ladies. I am not joking. After 2 years, the vice chancellor left. After 2.5 years, the director left. And the MOU was cancelled. But the PhD had started. You cannot cancel a PhD because the MOU got cancelled. And it is a matter of fact, you can verify this. My sister sat for 3.5 years in the men's campus. It has never happened before or after that date. Like this, a line was drawn in the classroom, 2 ladies that side, 16 men research scholars this side, male professor taking a PhD, pre-PhD work for 2 years, and they did the entire PhD. Her guide was a male professor. Dr. Pradeep was her guide from the men's campus. She completed her entire PhD from the men's campus without visiting the women's campus even once. And 2017, she got her PhD in the convocation on the 22nd of November in the Sai Kulwant Hall, without having to visit the Anantapur campus even once. And Swami said, "Enduku Anantapur? Ikkada undi kada mana campus? You do it here. Why Anantapur? You do it here." And she did it there. And never before it happened, and never after it has happened. So his word crosses the boundaries of time, resistance, conditions, desha, kala, paristhiti. Every time his word doesn't come true also. Huh? Sometimes, as I said, he can drive you crazy. Once, 2004 again, four of us were sitting with Swami. We spent the entire summer with Swami in Trai. Every day we'd have lunch with Swami. Swami was about to leave back for Puttaparthi. It was June, usually June or July. Swami will go back to Puttaparthi from Vrindavan. And it was June, and Swami was going to go back. So Swami called the four of us and told, tomorrow I am going back. Don't tell anyone. Why? Because once the word leaks out, there is a mad rush for cabs. Everyone, so many people, hundreds and thousands of people follow Swami. The moment Swami wants to leave, everyone will be there, and then you won't find cabs. It's very hard. So Swami said, you don't tell anyone. Quietly go and arrange cab for yourself, four of you. Come to Parthi, and I am leaving tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock. I will see you evening. I will come. I'll talk to you all. So Swami told, you go now. This information is not yet public. Go quickly book a cab before this information becomes public that Swami is leaving. So Swami said, go now. Go get the cab. And the four of us got up to leave, and Swami looked at me and said, you wait. Okay? And I sat down, and the three of them left. And Swami told, you don't go with them. You come with me in Swami's car. Okay? I will take you. You don't have to book cab. You just come with me. But don't tell them that Swami told you this. Okay? They will feel bad and all. Let them book their cab. But don't tell anyone about this. Tomorrow morning, Swami told me a spot. Come here. 5:45, you come there. I will come and I will take you with me. Okay? And we will go together. You don't go. Swami will, he can pump your ego in any, like he will, don't go with those lowly fellows. You come with me. Again, it's a joke, but that's how Swami will make you feel. So I was like, imagine just 3.5 hours with Swami in a Mercedes. Okay. Sitting next to Swami, or maybe in the front. Next to Swami will probably be Satyajit. So you will be in front with the driver. Still, just imagine in a small AC, metal box, 3.5 hours with Swami. I mean, wow. It's a once in a lifetime experience. So I was like blown away. And I went and, I thought, what's the best white pair I have? Like really have to come dressed up tomorrow and everything. And so my friends asked, so hey guys, we have booked the cab and this is your share. And I was like, I can't tell them. I was like, yeah, I will give. I'll talk to you. And then finally they got a little fed up. They said, are you coming or not? What's wrong with you? But they had no clue. I can't tell them. Swami says, don't tell anyone. So this drama went on and they're totally fed up. I said, do whatever you want, man, and they walked away. So next day morning, all tip-top, dressed up, 5:45, I came and stood there. And Swami was to leave at 6 and my friends were to leave at 6:30. And I came and stood there. There's a back entrance to Trai Vrindavan, where usually Swami boards the car. I stood, that's where Swami asked me to come. I stood there, like Swami's car was already parked. Mr. Padmanabhan was wiping the car and I was just last minute checks and everything, and Swami's food was kept, and all these things were, Swami's handkerchief, water, everything was kept in the car, and everything was ready. And then Swami walks out, holding Satyajit's hand, and Swami comes, he looks at me, I'm standing right next to the Mercedes, and he gives me a beautiful smile, and then he blesses me like this, like, I saw you, love you, bye. Then Swami went and sat in the car. Satyajit sat next to him. Mr. Balram from Bangalore devotee, he sat at the driver's seat. And I think it was Sri Srinivas or someone else, I'm not sure. Somebody else sat on the seat next to the driver. And the car left, yaar. The car left. And Swami saw me and he said, nicely bless me, and he went away. And I was standing there. For a few seconds, what happened? What just happened? And then when I came back to my senses, I was so sad. That's the mind, Mind only knows how to look forward to something, feel ecstatic, or then get disappointed, feel down. Up, down, up, down, up, down. This is all the mind does. That's all it is. So I was so expectant, and then suddenly I felt a crushing blow. You may think, what are these first world problems? we just spent 2 months with Swami, like, so what if he doesn't go in a car? But that's not how the mind thinks. And I was crushed. And then suddenly I remembered I have to reach Parthi. Then I ran and I found my friends and I was so embarrassed. And I said, can I come with you? And they were like, aa gaya na line pe. You know? So, okay, come. And I went with them. Then evening, Swami came, Puttaparthi, we're all sitting. Swami called us for interview. He didn't even tell one sorry. It was 2004. I'm waiting for 21 years to date. At least sorry. I thought there'll be space. Balram came and sat. Next time I will take you. Don't mind. Don't feel. Nothing. As if nothing happened. He came, eppudu vacharu, bangaru, and then you take laddu. You know, actually you should have given me halwa. Okay, that's another classic Parthi joke. Halwa means basically you've been done for. So, anyway, that's his style, you know. So, he will do like this. There is no sorry, puri, nothing. There is one laddu and then... So, why I said this to lighten the mood, always he doesn't keep his word. On a lighter note. Anyway. Oh, that reminds me once in Kodaikanal, I still remember 2005, I think. 6 maybe. Yeah, 2006. There was a warden of the Anantapur campus called Madam Jayamma. Now she's no more, of course, but a very, very long-standing warden of the campus. She was there, and Swami hadn't gone to the Anantapur campus for many, many years. So she, as Swami was finishing his Kodaikanal session, and he was going for dinner, she stood up and said, Swami, please come to Anantapur, Swami. Please, Swami, the girls are thirsty for your darshan, Swami. Please, Swami, come to Anantapur. Swami said, Tappaga vasthanu. I said, Swami, when, Swami, when, Swami? Give me a date, Swami. Swami thought like this, July. July was Thanu. And her face just beamed. Said, Swami, thank you, Swami, thank you, Swami. Swami walked a few steps, looked back and said, I didn't tell which year. Actually, he never went to Anantapur after that. But that's Swami. So, again, you know, just playing with the mind so that we know that I'm not the mind. In 1994 or 96, I'm not sure. I was a very, 94 means I must have been, 14 years old. How many of you are calculating now how old I am now? Oh, 1994, 14, 1980, okay, don't worry, waste of time. So 1994, my mom got a dream. And Swami said, don't worry about your son, I'll take care of him. He's my property. I will take care of him. Don't worry about him. So my mom got up from the dream. I was a very, very mischievous child, you know. So quite a terror. So my parents, obviously, like most parents, you know, their second favorite thing to do in the world is to worry. So she was worrying about me and what will he do, how is he going to end up, and what's going to happen. So Swami said, don't worry. So my mom's dream, and after Swami's confirmation, assurance, for some days we were very blissed out. And then after some days, again the anxiety creeps in. 6 months after that, my mom had broken her leg, and with a big plaster of Paris cast, she was sitting on the bed, reading Phyllis Crystal's book, I think Taming the Monkey Mind or something like that. And Swami appeared in our bedroom, physically. He appeared. And my mom looked, and Swami was standing on the doorway. And he looked at my mom and he said to her in Tamil, your children are my children. I take responsibility of them. Don't worry about them. I will take care. Your children are my children. And then Swami said, Sanjay, our systems management da pannuva. He said in Tamil, which means he will do systems management. Okay. So Swami then slowly, he vanished. And my mom started screaming for my father, her husband. And he came running. And what happened? Swami appeared, right where you were standing. Swami was standing. And my father like, we are ordinary devotees. Why would Swami appear to us? You know, what have we done to deserve such a thing? And he was very skeptical. But my mom said, no, he came. And he said, Sanjay will do systems management. So my mom is a typical housewife of 80s and 90s, you know, just a graduate degree. And those are not the days, if some of you can believe, there was no internet. Okay, I'm talking about 1994. There was no smartphone. You know, it looks as if it has been here always. The first smartphone ever on the planet arrived in 2007. Okay, the first iPhone and the first Android phone came in 2008. Anyway, so there was no smartphone, there was no nothing, there was no internet. So my mom did not even know what does this word mean. What is this systems management? And my dad is a chartered accountant. So he also didn't really know, but he said, systems means something to do with computers. Management means something to do with management, MBA, something like that. That's all, end of conversation. My first educational degree was BTech Computer Science. My second educational degree was MBA in Swami's College, but that's not the thing. My first job in SSSIO carried the designation Deputy Manager Systems. My second designation in the university was Assistant Professor, Department of Management. And this was in 2014, 2011, 2014. And Swami said this in 1994. Desha Kala Paristhiti, time, space, conditions. Swami's words kites through these things. It cuts through Desha Kala Paristhiti and it will always find fruition. But our word also can get that power. In fact, Swami did tell me in one interview, you conserve your energy and I give you my word, you will get 3 Shaktis, Swami said. To me, he said 3 Shaktis you will get. Kriya Shakti, Ichha Shakti, Vak Shakti. Kriya Shakti means whatever you put your effort into, you will find success. Ichha Shakti means whatever you truly want will happen. Vak Shakti means whatever you say will find its mark. And then, of course, he went on to explain what is the meaning of conserving energy. Maybe we will talk about this in the last session tomorrow. What does it mean to conserve energy and how to get the power of word, the power of thought. That what I say, what I think will start to manifest, will start to appear in the world of, the physical world of 5 dimensions. So as I was saying, Swami's word always finds its mark. Like that, there are many instances. His word also finds its mark across states of consciousness. There are 3 states of consciousness: Jagrata, Swapna, Sushupti. Wakefulness, Jagrata, as most of us are right now. Okay. All right. Swapna, as few of us, and Sushupti, as 5 of us. Sushupti means deep sleep. So Jagrata, Swapna, Sushupti. Some of you are looking behind. So who's that 5? All right. So one day, I was sleeping in the dining hall in the senior boys' hostel. Okay? And as I am sleeping in the hall, I am dreaming. What is the dream? And this is all the dream. Swami's car has entered the dining hall. His Prius, the silent car, it has entered the dining hall. And the other end of the dining hall, and it is coming through the dining hall. And then I wake up and I see Swami. And Swami tells me, it's all happening in the dream. Swami tells me, shh. Don't make noise. Don't wake up everybody. I came only for you. So, I run behind Swami's car quietly. And before I know, dream things happen instantly. Swami is sitting on a parapet wall next to the water cooler of our hostel. And I go to Swami and Swami says, I'm very thirsty. Can you give me water? So there's a steel tumbler there. I fill it with cold water and I give it to Swami in the dream. And Swami says, no, give in my mouth. So I feed Swami water into his mouth directly, and Swami gulps that water down, and he's happy. And then the dream got over. And I woke up and I realized my cheeks were wet with tears. It was such a beautiful dream. I'm not able to express it, but it was such an intimate dream, that the whole dream was oozing with love. Like, like it is a very, very intimate, affectionate kind of a dream. So the dream got over. It was around 4:30 a.m. probably. 3 hours from that time, 7:30 a.m., same day, exactly 3 hours from that time, I was sitting inside the interview room. There were 3 people, Swami, I was there, and one Mr. Rameshwar Prushti. You may know a small gentleman who used to push Swami's chair for many years. So we 3 were sitting in the interview room, and suddenly Swami pointed to just like that silver tumbler, which always he kept next to Swami. Swami pointed to me, and I want water. So I took the glass and I kneeled down and I held the glass in front of Swami. So how it will happen is you give, and then Swami will extend his hand, take the glass and drink the water. But Swami is not extending his hand. And I am kneeling down, holding. I know Swami asked for the water, so I can't just put it back. Sorry, my bad. So I am holding and standing, kneeling down, and Swami is just looking at me and he's not taking it. But he asked for the water, I can't put it back. I am just there, and Swami is looking at me. And then suddenly I remembered the dream, just 3 hours back. And in the interview room, I gave Swami water in his mouth, and Swami drank. And then Swami kind of winked at me. It took you a few minutes, but you got it. And Prushti was shocked. What is this? Swami asked for water, this fellow will give in his mouth? He doesn't know the story, But only I knew, my God, the dream was just 3 hours back. It was so raw and ripe in my memory. And he just walked in and out of that consciousness to this, just to show me that was me, this is me, it's all me. I can walk in and out of any state of consciousness. Once actually, Swami said to me, I'm always with you. Remember, always. And I remember coming back to my hostel and suddenly getting this monkey mind doubt. But when Swami is fast asleep, is he with me? And I know on good authority that Swami does lie down and does sleep. Okay? Sometimes he snores also. So, what is he with me? Later on, of course, in my own meditations, I realized that for being like Swami, there is no such thing as sleep. There is a certain part of him which is always awake. And when he says, I'm always with you, he's really always with us. Really, always. Our job is only to live out that realization and to actualize that in our lives. It's already true. It's already true. Our work is to actualize it in our life. The truth which is already ever present and ever available, how do I bring it down into my psychological experience? Into my lived experience, how I actualize it. That's the game we are playing here. He is already always here. How do I bring it into my life? So, this is how he can, walk in and out of any state of consciousness. This session is till, is it 12:30 or 1? Is it till, it's 1? Okay. All right. Okay. So, I will tell you one other time where Swami's word just goes through time. To me, in my life, it was a phenomenal experience because long after I didn't have the same physical access, not long after, I didn't have the same physical access to Swami. I felt his loving hand reaching out to me and touching me and saying, hey, I'm here, So this happens like this. I had finished my PhD and Swami told, I will tell you what to do. I had finished my PhD in 2008, November. I think this was 2009 or 2010. I'm not exactly remembering the date now. And, I had finished my PhD. I was a good 29 years old. And I had many job offers from, many side devotees around the world were telling me, you come to US, come to Australia, work in my company. Because they used to also, see me go in and out of interview room. Maybe they thought if they give me a job in their company, next time they come, they'll get an interview. I don't know. Because I was never that smart, I don't know why they wanted to hire me. But I had choices. But of course, Swami, I said, wait, I will tell you. So I was just waiting. I had very meager savings, So my monthly income, my total available funds for me would be around 6,000 odd Indian rupees. That's about, what, 70 US dollars today. That was all I had in a month, and I had to live my month in that money, which is actually surprisingly quite enough in Puttaparthi. You know, if you eat in the ashram canteens, and if you know, I mean, the thing is you can't really spend any money. In fact, I will slightly digress. It was only in 2012, when I really first started to leave Puttaparthi to travel, I realized that I have absolutely no clothes, except whites. My entire wardrobe was 2 track pants and 3 t-shirts. That's, again, I'm digressing. You know, the joy of living in Puttaparthi when Swami was there, it is nothing but yoga. Yoga means what? Union with God. Because why? Because your mind cannot think of anything other than Swami. Your life existed between 2 darshans. Morning darshan over, now plan for the evening darshan. Evening darshan over, you're so tired, you eat and go to sleep and get up and start planning for the morning darshan. And then Swami goes to Vrindavan, you run behind Swami to Vrindavan. Then there you repeat, morning darshan, evening darshan. Then Swami goes to Kodaikanal, you run behind Swami to Kodaikanal. And then Swami comes to Parthi, you run. Years pass by, and all you do is think of Swami. And there is no magic here. He's just so captivating that you can't do anything other than think of Swami. You literally eat Swami, drink Swami, think Swami. You know, you are just always, your mind is, without your knowledge, there is Vairagya. After Swami left, I realized, my God, last 9 years just passed like a blur. And all I wore was white. And most of the times you won't even wear footwear. And Puttaparthi, only ashram is ashram, but the whole Puttaparthi, you have to walk on roads. You won't wear footwear. You know, I don't know how to put it. There was such a gay abandon about your life. The idea of me, you know, which great yogis get after years of deep meditation and samadhi, their idea of me begins to fall away. Like this, it will fall away in front of Swami. You will become so obsessed with Swami that in you there will be no place left for me. You will forget what you are wearing. You will forget you have chappal on your feet or not. You will forget your hair is combed or not. You will forget what you are eating. Your stomach is hungry or full. All you want is Kulwant Hall, run. Swami is coming in 20 minutes. What letter do I give him today? What do I do? Will he look at me? Will he smile at me? Will he talk to me? Will he not? Will he, won't he? Will he, won't he? And one darshan is over, then you plan for the next darshan. So, this is how life passes. Again, bit of a digression. That is why 6,000 rupees is a lot in Puttaparthi. A lot means it is enough to live comfortably, with dignity. 1 month, what happened? There was an unexpected expenditure. And I had to, it was the 2nd or 3rd of the month. Just the month had started, and I had to spend 4,000 rupees. And my bank balance came down to 2,000 rupees. Now this was a setback. Now I was like, oh my God, how am I going to run this month? Like literally, how am I going to eat? Will I get 2 square meals a day this month? 28 days are left in this month. And that was the first time I felt angry. The last thing I wanted to do was ask money from my father. He's a very simple lower middle class employee. More than that, he would have gladly given me, but you know, he used to keep telling me, you're wasting your time. And not wasting, but he said, Swami told you, no. See, the thing is this, Swami will tell you, wait, I will tell you. And then after 10 days, he will tell you, go and take a job outside. But do you know, Swami once said, wait, I will tell you, until you are dragged by your collar and your deposit out of Puttaparthi, you will not leave. That's how Swami's students are. Swami will first time what he tells you, that's the truth. He will say, wait, I will tell you. After that, he will tell you, go. You know, parents are waiting, parents are crying. Serving parents is the highest dharma. And Swami will tell all kinds of, you're a useless fellow, you're not even serving your parents, your life is a waste. You just look at Swami with a stone-faced, no emotions. Whatever you said, you will tell me. I will wait. And you know when Swami is serious. That's only people who are close to Swami know that. When he is pricking you and when he really wants, he's telling you what to do, you know the difference. It cannot be explained in words. You know when Swami means what he's telling you and Swami is just playing games. He'll tell, I have seen very beautiful girl is waiting for you outside. Go, 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 get married and be happy. Swami is always with you. Don't you trust Swami? All the drama he will do. But you know more than anything Swami wants you to not go. I'm telling you this, Swami will tell, go, go, go. But if you are in tune with him, his being is screaming, don't go, don't go, don't go. Don't listen to me. Mouth is saying go, go, but his heart is saying stay, stay, stay. If you tune with him, you will know when his heart is also saying go. Then of course you go, because it is your Guru's command. But anyway, that was not happening. But my parents said, Swami told you to go, why are you not going? You're not listening to Swami. Basically, they want me to come back, live a normal life. So this is going on. So I didn't want to go to my father and say, give me money, I don't have enough to eat. I had a PhD. I should be capable of earning my daily bread. So that is the first time I felt truly angry and sad. And I broke down in my apartment. Once Thai devotee had given me free apartment to stay. I was staying there and I broke down. I said, this is too much, Swami. I really cried that day. Like, all this is fine, But the pain was so deep that even today I think of it, I can feel the pain welling up in my heart. I said, to you to leave me without 2 meals for a month, this is too much. This you can't do. I mean, come on. You can't make me go ask money from my father so that I can eat. I will give up everything for you, but, it's your job to keep me alive. And, and you get angry and then you say things to Swami. And that's between me and him. And then, then slowly the mind becomes a little calmer. Then I meditated and I sat quietly. The thoughts subside, and then you see the reality of his love. And you see that in everything, something is happening, but something else is looking to emerge. And a real spiritual aspirant is always looking at not what is happening, but in this happening, what is looking to emerge. And I realize what is emerging is a call to me from my Guru. How deep is your surrender? Let us see. Let's remove the grain from the husk. Doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani, they say in Hindi. Let's separate the men from the boys. Let's find out what are you really made up of. So I realized that that's what's trying to emerge. And I meditated, and there were a few realizations that served me very well. I realized that all the challenges only in my thoughts. Even today, the work I'm doing, in coaching people, the fundamental premise is what the mind tells you is not true. It's not true at all. Mind is a timeless liar. Anyway, the mind is telling what is going on, this is so wrong, this is so unfair, how can Swami do this? Thoughts subside, then you see the reality of Swami's love and how he is holding you. And all my worry, everything went away. Then next day morning, I got up and, I felt very energetic and I wanted to, rearrange my shelf, my wardrobe and, my wardrobe which had 18 pairs of whites, 2 track pants and 3 t-shirts. So I started rearranging, and right at the bottom of my clothes, there was an old envelope. Okay, before this, what happened was, some of you may have heard this on YouTube. I had gone, those days there was no online banking or, what is just catching up. So to see what is your balance, you have to go to the ATM and you have to key in, and there was small black and white slip will come, which will say amount balance. My amount balance was 2,044 rupees. That was what's left in my balance. Now I had that slip with me. Then after the meditation in the evening, I forgot to tell you, I got so energetic. I said, Swami will take care of me. I took a pen and I put 1 0 at the end of 2044. I made it 20440, 20,000 rupees. And I said, I'm going to live as if I have 20,000. I'm not going to worry. Inside me, I'm going to live as if I have 20,000 rupees. I'm not going to worry. I'm just going to live every moment. Just be here. Surrender to Swami. I'm just going to live. So this is the what happened, the preface. The next day morning, I was cleaning my cupboard and I found this old envelope. And I didn't know what this envelope was. And I took out and I opened it. There was a bundle of notes. And I took out and I started counting it. I think it was 500 rupee notes. Thankfully, there was no demonetization then. And I started counting. there was exactly 18,000 rupees in that envelope. And my bank balance was 20,000. I wish I had put 2 more zeros, but I only put 1. So it was 20,000. And I was like, where did this money come from? What is going? Then I remembered 4 or 5 years back, in the middle of my PhD, one day Swami called me in the interview room and he said, I am your mother and father. Never ask money from your parents. Whenever you need something, you come to me, I will give you. And he gave me this envelope. He said, take this. And whenever you need in future also, I will keep giving you. Don't ask money from parents. And he gave me that money. And he said to me in the interview room, don't spend it now. Keep it safe. One day you will need it. My hair on my body stood on end. And I remember that interview years back. And in the interview, Swami said, see, money is important, but least important. And Swami told me, put it under your clothes and forget about it. And that's what I did. I just put it somewhere inside and I literally, I don't know why, my surrender maybe was good at that time. And Swami said, forget, I actually forgot. Years passed. And Swami had then said in the interview, I don't want you to ask money from your parents. I am your mother and father. I will give you. And when I was on the verge of having to ask money from my father, that bundle appears and I never had to ask them for money. And this is his love and the way his word moves through Desha Kala Paristhiti. And my God, I was just, how did Swami know? He said, one day you need it, don't use it. Don't go and just go and buy something. Keep it. One day you will need it. And one day I needed it badly. And oh my God, it is just such a tremendous moment in my life that I put 10, it became exactly 20. Swami said 5 years back, you will need it, don't ask money from parents. The whole thing tied up. And I was there sitting there, just overcome with, I don't know, what's the word? Gratitude? Love? I was just so still. I said, oh my God, what love, what reach, and how he can touch you, guard you, in ways our minds cannot even fathom. I will end with one, on a lighter note, one experience with Swami. Again, this is something many of you may have heard, those of you who have heard my YouTube talks and all. Unfortunately, I can't manufacture new experiences. Swami is not here now. I do have very spiritual experiences, but that may be in the next sessions. And I really I'm not into reading books. Not that it is wrong or anything. I am not into it because that was Swami's guidance to me. So I don't know anyone else's experiences. I only know my time with Swami. So one day, you know, when you are new in romance, you can get away with a lot. So it was a new romance with Swami. Means Swami had just started talking to me and started giving me attention. It was 2004 or something. And those days you can say anything. Swami won't mind. He will also let you go. You can do anything, say anything. But one must remember, you are in the presence of a divine being who is so rooted and so conscious that our minds can't even begin to fathom. So I learned this lesson in a hard way. Funny but hard. Hard way. It was India's election time. You know, Indian elections, general elections, the government changes. It's a big event in India. Those of you who follow news, it's the biggest thing that happens. Usually once in 5 years, but if governments fall, it can happen more often. 2004, there was an election. Some of you may remember, some of you may not. At that time, the Prime Minister was one Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee. The gentleman is no more. And that election, he eventually lost. And the election was over, he had lost. And now India was waiting for the next Prime Minister. And the strong rumor was one lady called Miss Sonia Gandhi will become the Prime Minister. So we were in the interview room and Swami was with some politicians. I won't name them. And heated discussion, geopolitical discussion was going on in the interview room. I was sitting and pressing Swami's feet. And something was going on, and somebody said something, and and someone said, Swami, India has no self-respect. By the way, when I say this, this is not an indication of my political persuasions. I'm just saying what happened in the interview room, okay? And somebody was saying, Swami, India has no self-respect, Swami. Sonia Gandhi is an Italian, Swami. How can we accept an Italian as our prime minister? These countries' people have no self-respect. They were telling, and Swami was nodding, yes, agreeing. And then I got carried away. I needed to jump in and make a beautiful point and impress Swami. So I jumped in and I said, Swami, a criminal can become prime minister, Swami. Sonia Gandhi should not. And Swami was like very impressed with my point. I was like, correct. How nicely this boy is telling. See. Wow, very correct. The point was made over. I thought it is over. Then what happened? This went on for 2-3 months. Every time some politician will come, every time there will be a political discussion, suddenly in the middle of the political discussion, and I would be there most of the time in the interview room, Swami will look at me and tell, you wait, manchi point chapter. Tell what he told that day. And I'll be like, Swami, criminal can become prime minister, Swami. Sonia Gandhi should not. First time it was enthusiastic. Second time it was nice. Third time it was funny. Fourth time it started irritating me. Then I realized what a dumb thing to say in front of Swami. Somebody is having some political discussion with Swami. You know better. They just come and go, they get to interview Swami, they are political people, they are politicians, and Swami is playing the game with them. You are a student of Swami. You have lived with him, eaten with him, traveled with him. You know. You have seen what he is inside of you. Why should you make such dumb points? Keep your mouth shut and sit and watch the play. But no, I need to impress Swami, as if you can impress Swami with these kind of silly things. I had to pay a price. For 3 months, anything political. You wait. You tell. Very good point. This boy, and I'll be like, criminal can become prime minister, Swami, Sonia Gandhi can't. And so after 7, 8, 10, 15, I don't know how many times, I got so fed up. And next time, Swami said, you wait, you tell. I just held Swami's feet. And I said, I just put my head on his knee. And I was like, no, Swami, I can't do this anymore. I will throw up. I can't do this. And I just looked at, I can't even tell, you can't let Swami down. He is telling very good point. You can't just get up. No, Swami, it's not a good point. You have to play the game. I just looked at Swami so helplessly. Like, oh, I see it. Please, let it go. And Swami just burst into laughter and he said, I got it. Now, you got it? Okay. And that day, after that, it never happened. I had to never repeat that stupid statement. But, this is the thing. Swami sometimes will tell you what's wrong, what's right. Sometimes he will take you so long and deep into what you should not be doing. In our student circle, we have a thing, Swami is a lamba khiladi. What is Swami? He can wait a few lifetimes. We think it's a big thing. For him, it's a wink of an eye. Okay, if not next lifetime, I will find you. What is there? He will let you go into where you shouldn't be going. Not only let you go, he will encourage you. Very good. Go. Until one day, the realization dawns in your own heart that this is not working and I'm going to get a U-turn. And then you take a U-turn and then you will find Swami standing there and he'll say, very good. You got it, finally. So every time Swami won't teach by words. He will allow you to go. Finally, when you say, bus. Even if Swami tells me, I can't do this anymore. Actually, again, a little funny. Again, if I offend somebody's sensibilities, forgive me. In one interview like that, there was an obvious thing I was supposed to do about my PhD. And I was waiting for Swami's instructions. And my guide went and told Swami, this boy is not doing this. Swami was very irritated with me. And Swami called me, why are you not doing this? And Swami, I am waiting for your instructions. Swami told, when you have to go to the bathroom, you come and ask me. If you have to go, you have to go. In a lighter vein, of course. So one has to also temper spiritual sense with common sense. So these are the ways Swami works. He allows you to go and allows you to awaken on your own, because only that is true awakening. Wisdom has to arise. It can't be put in there. Swami can only show us the way how we can prepare ourselves for deeper things. But those deeper intuitions and realizations have to arise in our own self. One day, 2009 January, I'll never forget, Swami came from Darshan. And actually before this, one other thing happened. One day Swami came inside the bhajan hall. And bhajans had already not started actually. We were just waiting for Swami to come, and Swami came. And Swami looked visibly upset. He was very upset. And he looked at all the students and he said, "My life is a waste." Swami is telling about himself. Now this is not there in any discourse, because Swami said it in the bhajan hall. Only some 7 or 8 of us heard it. I was there. Swami said, "My life is a waste. Every church poledu." Okay, forgive my broken Telugu. My first language is not Telugu. Swami said, "No, none of you has died. So many years, my life is a waste. None of you has died." And those of us who knew a little bit Telugu, like, what does he mean? None of us has died. Then Swami said, "Who is willing to die first? Who is willing to die?" So we know, when Swami asks you, you say, "Yes, I am." Even if you don't understand the question, so we all raised, and Swami said, I'm ready. And Swami said, "No one has died." He shrugged his shoulder and said, "It's okay. Chai, bhajan chai." He said, "Okay, start the bhajan." And then we all started the bhajan, and everybody forgot about this. This remains like a unrecorded, unpublished, unknown aspect of what once happened. Nobody remembers it. Even I'm not even sure those who are sitting there will remember it today. But this happened. And Swami then says, take a bhajan. And then bhajan started, and Swami also forgot. Then his mood changed, and he was also dancing, waving like this to the bhajans, and everybody was blissed out. And I really thought, what does it mean to die? Die to what? What has to die and what has to live? What do we have to die to? And what has to wake up? Again, I'm paraphrasing. Somewhere in the New Testament, Jesus says, you have to die to be born into eternal life. What do we die to and what do we awaken to? So this has become the abiding work of my life in the last few years. I would say more than a decade. Maybe more on this I will share in the next 2 sessions. Pursuant to this, January 2009, Swami came for darshan. And he finished darshan and went inside and called 2 people for interview, Isaac, Tigret, and myself. And we were both there. Swami was there, Tigret was there, I was there. And Swami looked at us very sadly and said, I come for darshan like this, and all these people are looking like this and following me. Swami did the action. I said, yeah, obviously, Then Swami said, so many years have passed. And then Swami said, I am speaking as Swami spoke. All these people still think that there is something here that is not in them. Still they are thinking that there is something here that is not in them. This was the central message of Swami's advent. To erase that perceived difference between us and him. To make it real in our life, Swami's words, often he used to say, you and me are the same. I know who I am. You don't know who you are. Or you have forgotten who you are. I remember who I am. Otherwise, you and me are same. It's just a question of I know, you don't know. How do we make it real in our life? If not now, when are we going to make it? The foremost commitment of our life. And I am not asking this question to you. Please forgive me if it sounds like that. Who am I to ask you this question. I'm asking this question to myself. And as I ask this question to myself aloud, I encourage you to ask this question to yourself. Please don't think that I am standing here and telling you something. No, absolutely not. I know in my heart it's not so. I am asking this question to myself. My guru came and left. My guru is not an ordinary thing. It is so incredible if we see on the timeline of human presence on this planet, for us to be born in that tiny window between 1926 and 2011, and a tiny percentage of the humanity who came in touch with him, and even a tinier percentage who actually recognized his divinity, and even a tinier percentage who wanted to experience that divinity. At least once we have wanted it. This group is that tiny people, that tiny percentage. I'm sorry. No, hold on. The bad news is coming. Guru left, and we are still busy. Remaining busy is not a problem, but we are still engaged and obsessed with mere survival. And I ask this question to myself. This is not asking to anyone. I am simply asking it aloud because the mic is near my mouth. What is the point? This is the tragedy of us. Everything is His will only. I am saying in a certain context, don't get me wrong, nothing is a tragedy, everything is as it is perfect, it's God's will. But in a limited context, if we see, it is bizarre. Sometimes when I'm meditating, I feel it is so bizarre that why would anybody want to give importance to anything in their life except creating inner silence. Silence is silence. Swami says that. Silence is silence. Why would I accept the bare minimum that I need to do in my life to, make a decent amount of money, to take care of my old parents, and, to live with decency and dignity. Beyond that, to take some care of the body so that it remains fairly healthy. Other than that, why would I expend my energy, my obsession, my involvement in anything except going after the supreme reality that shines in my heart as Swami? To work to excavate that bliss, to dig it out from the recesses of my heart and bring it to the foreground of my experience and live as gods on earth. What else are we busy doing? What else am I busy doing? Not we, sorry. What else am I busy doing? This is such a joke and also a tragedy. And it is time. See, that is why, if you really see, and let's be very honest, we're all adults here, and there is nothing that we can't talk about. Look at the state of the Sai world. Why you went there? Who did this? Who did that? You can't come here. You can't go there. This one is that one is this. Look at the things we're busy with. This shows the quality of our consciousness. And that is because collectively as a group and individually, we have not given enough commitment to the single most important task, which is to create a deep communion with the Guru in our heart. That is the single biggest thing that is missing, that we have not invested. Return only comes on investment, no? Zero investment, zero return. Whatever the risk, if you want a return, investment has to be there first. Swami always says, you take one step, I will take 10. Has anybody ever heard Swami says, I will take 10, then you take 1? First step you take, I will give you 10 times the return. Investment, I will give you more than adequate return. But first step you have to take. Have I and we invested enough in the single important task of developing a deep inner communion with Swami, drawing his divine presence into my lived experience? Until this happens, the quality of our life will not transform. This is 100%. So, this is something in this retreat, this beautiful theme from knowing to being. Can we move deeper in our connection with Swami and How can we go about it? Maybe we can deliberate on this collectively, and maybe I can share some of my experiences in the next 2 sessions we have, and maybe you can tell me what you feel about it, and maybe collectively we can leave this retreat with this one single endeavor. Yes, other things will happen, nothing wrong, wonderful things, medical camps, Narayan Seva, this one, wonderful, wonderful, good, please, let's all do it. But the fundamental task of having come in contact with such an effulgent being, if part of his effulgence has not rubbed off on me, then there is something we are missing, and we are missing a very important aspect of Swami's life, his presence. And that presence must become our presence. You know, once some devotees, ex-students had come from Delhi, 2004 or 5, many years back, of course, more than 20 years back, and I still remember even their faces clearly because this interview touched me so much. And Swami was sitting there, and there's 4 or 5 ex-students were there, I was also there, and one of the boys, I know his name also, it's quite a famous boy, he asked Swami, when we come to Puttaparthi, Swami, we are able to feel your presence. But when I go back to Delhi, I am not able to feel your presence, Swami. How do I feel your presence in Delhi? And Swami's answer was, in Delhi, do you feel your presence? You may not feel do you feel your presence in Delhi? And the boy looked very quizzically, yeah, like, of course, your presence is not different from my presence. At that time, I didn't really understand. I just noted in my diary. Years later, I looked at it and I said, my God, what a gem. So how can we go deeper into that presence where the distinction of me and him begins to blur, and experientially, for the first time, I might touch what Swami used to call divine love. This we will talk in the last session tomorrow, when really we will go deep into the inquiry who I am in a very, very simple manner, and we will come to this explosive realization that I am never different from Swami actually. And then the only thing that remains to be done is to actualize and deepen that clarity more and more and more. So, yeah, we have 9 minutes. Any questions? Not that I have answers, but what's the harm in hearing anything? Anyone can ask anything. Yes, please. Good point. Yeah. In my mind, I didn't have that courage. He asked me, why you didn't go and ask Swami, how you left? So one thing you should learn, divine beings have divine egos. Don't go around embarrassing them. Not a good idea. Trust me. You don't ask difficult questions to Swami. Divine beings have divine ego. Leave it untouched. You will be safe. So no, I never asked that question to Swami. Anything else? Let me see if there are no questions. If there are no questions, one quick. Okay, yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes. Why? Yeah, that's the big question. Why? Let's see. Let's see in the coming sessions. Hold your question. It's a good question. I don't have the answer. It's a good question. Why? Because why we are committed to Swami, but yet why our minds are going here and there? Something like that. Because actually we haven't tasted Swami. That's why. It's like, orange, tangerine, orange, the peel also has a lot of flavor of orange. If you peel the peel of the orange, It has a lot of smell of orange. It smells like orange. If you really taste it, it also has some essence of orange, along with truckloads of bitterness. If you eat the peel, you will taste the orange with a ton of bitterness. If you have never tasted real orange, you will probably be satisfied with that. This is how orange tastes. No, you can't help it. If you want orange, you need to have bitterness also. Like this, we have just peeled the surface of the life, and we think pleasure and pain, pleasure and pain. So if you have to undergo pain, but we are not committed enough to go a little deep to taste really the juicy part of the orange, which is without any bitterness and full of juice and sweetness. So that is where some trust is required. The Guru's instructions have to be taken as it is, and it simply has to be followed for a certain amount of time before the evidence begins to present itself, and we actually realize, oh my God, really suffering is not real. Suffering is not inevitable. We have taken suffering as stress to be such an inevitable part, especially the kind of culture we have built in the society today. Stress has become a norm. But if you ask a yogi, he will say stress is an idiotic way to live life. A yogi will say that. One who has found the freedom from the mind, he will say it is stupid to be stressful. But we have taken stress and suffering and disharmony and dissonance to be a part of life. Sometimes in my work, when I'm coaching people and I ask them, how can you be without stress? Stress we wear as a badge of honor. Like, how is it possible to live? As if, you can't live without breathing, you can't live without stress. So because we haven't gone deeper, so we just have to go deeper. There is no other way. Yes, ma'am? Sorry, 1 second, please. She raised the hand first. So that lady at the back, I want to ask her. Yes. No, I may not touch upon it later, so I'll answer now. You tell me, what is the biggest loss of energy we all experience? Wonderful. Talking? Not quite. Sorry? Worrying? Close? Not quite. That's the, yes. No, not overthinking. Thinking. I'm not joking, huh? So when we speak of energy, people say talking. I would answer sexual energy. I've heard answers physical energy. All these loses energy. 99% of the wastage of energy goes in our identifying with thought as reality. It is the greatest leakage of energy. I am not joking. 15 seconds, if you can remain without thought and fully aware, you will experience such a power in your being. You'll open your eyes and you will feel like I can conquer the world. 15 seconds. That much energy is there in the silence between thoughts. So what does Patanjali say in the Yoga Sutras? The very beginning he says, yoga is chitta vritti nirodhaka. The stilling the movement of the mind is yoga, which means living without identifying with thought. So that is the conservation of energy that Swami is talking about. Really, the conservation is, just if I say now, 5 minutes, let's not think. Why do we need to think? Like, do we need to think right now in this hall? No, nothing is waiting. Even if you have to send an urgent email, nobody is sending the email right now. Do we have to urgently look at our investments or medical records? Nothing. 5 minutes, there's nothing to do. You're all stuck here with me. So now 5 minutes, let's be without thought. Can we be? No. So we think we are thinking. No, we are not thinking. Thinking is consuming us. So we are not thinking. We are compulsive thinkers. This is the real pandemic or endemic. It's not corona, it's overthinking. So I still remember once, I can say this because he's no more. Mr. Anil Kumar, translator of Swami, asked this question to Swami. Swami, what is the difference between pure and impure thought? And I was there. And Swami said, any guesses? What is the difference between pure thought and impure thought? What Swami might have answered? Yes? No. He gave a very simple answer, a pun. Like, he asked, what is the difference between pure and impure thought? But you mustn't have heard my YouTube. Huh? Swami said, thought itself is impure. Thought itself is impure. If you think thought is something big, you're already lost. It doesn't matter what you're thinking. If you have taken the chatter in your mind to be something of importance, something of consequence, rather than the space in which that thought happens, rather than who you are without thought. This is the Atmic inquiry. Who are you without thought right now? Instead of giving importance to this, if I have given importance to the chatter in my mind, already I am impure. Of course, there is something called impure, pure thought, but at that level, Swami was saying, that day he said, thought itself is impure. So, last question, we have 1 minute. Yes, the logistics manager is sitting there already ready to pounce on the mic. So, yes, ma'am. Sorry, I didn't get your question at all, ma'am. I didn't hear part of it, and even the part I heard, I am not able to get. Yes. No. When did I say that? Effulgence of Swami is not love. I'm sorry. Oh, it's not rubbed on us. Oh, okay. I still didn't understand the last part. Forgive me. Anybody understood exactly what she's saying? Have I reached there? Is that what you're asking me? No. So if basically you're asking that, have I realized or not, how will I know? Okay. The day you realize, you will not have this question. 100%. 100%. Somebody once asked me this. I'm doing all this seva and all. Again, nothing wrong about seva. It's a beautiful way. We can talk about it another day. But do I need to meditate? Is this all not enough? So the fact that you're asking means it is not enough. I am not saying it is enough or not. If it were enough, you wouldn't ask, no? You wouldn't get up and ask, is this enough or not? It would be enough for you. You wouldn't ask. So the question, if it arises, am I doing enough, means I am not. Have I realized, if the question is arising, means I have not. Have I arrived, if the question is arising, that means I have not. The day I arrive, the day I realize, the day I know, this question will not arise. It cannot arise because that is the meaning of realizing. Okay? All right, we're out of time, and thank you very much, and I think I'll see you again at 6:30. Sorry.
Thank you, brother. Let's give another round of a big applause to Brother Sanjay Mahalingam. What stood out the most to me was that, it's like Bhagavan actually chisels all his devotees, and each one of our experiences are quite different. And what brother actually taught is deep Vedantic, because Bhagavan is nowhere else. He's within us, and it is like for each one of us, I'm sure every one of us would have had different, as he said, different experiences with Swami. And it's like him peeling onion, He's making us into that bangaru when he says gold. Even if it is a problem or anything, that thought that he is with us and never differentiating, when most of the time what happens is we have the duality mind, as Bhagavan is somewhere else and we are here. But that's not the case. He's within us. When he starts speaking within, as brother was saying, we have to go deep within to understand that him and us are one. And once he starts speaking to us, as he is saying, there will be no thought. There will be nothing. That stillness is what's important. But in this mundane life, what happens is we run around and we start asking so many questions. This problem, this children, that children. When will this happen? When will that happen? That chatter has to be stopped, as brother was saying. When that chatter actually becomes silence, then the union with God happens. Then the reality that Bhagavan is speaking through us happens. Then, as he says, I'm waiting to hear his more from the next sessions, that union will develop into a contemplation and that asking. So with that, I'll hand it over to Brother Sunil for the logistics.
Saram, everybody. Again, thank you, Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam. The Swami's stories are so sweet and always so lovely to hear, but it was clear you were setting the context for some more engaging conversations that are coming up, and it was clear that that's the path we're going on. So not only are we very thankful to the conversation thus far, but also looking forward to the remaining 3 sessions that we are so honored and excited to have with you. Sairam, thank you. Yes, please. So the next little snippet of what's going to happen, I hear it's extremely warm overall in the hall, but on the ladies' side, there is a very, very loud, but apparently effective swamp cooler that we will utilize in the gap now. So as we leave, the next item that happens is there's a lovely snack that's being served in the corridor. We don't have to step out. It's right there, coffee, tea, water. The snack is things like hummus and crisps and things like that, so that it can be light, but it can kind of help us fill a little nosh moment that we may be seeking. So as we do that outside, we will set up the swamp cooler. We'll bring that in and we'll cool the room for as long as we can. That'll help. If you like loud noises, please feel free to stay in the room and enjoy the swamp cooler. If not, please feel free to also step out and enjoy the snacks, and we'll be back soon. At 2 o'clock, we'll reconvene here sharp. We'll start with 3 ohms and we'll do bhajans for half an hour. The children will be leading some bhajans, so I'm sure I'll put it on them, they will appreciate your presence in the room at 2 p.m. sharp. And then at 2:30, we will have our own version of TED Talks, which means it's local speakers from our region who are talking about a moment when Swami touched and transformed their life. Each of them will be speaking only for 10 minutes, and we'll get 5 of them in quick succession. That's at 2:30. And then at 3:30, we will do all of us, we will tie this in a little bit tomorrow into why we selected certain things for parts of this retreat. But all of us have seen the communication around how Swami's Vahini, Swami's literature, Swami's words, universal solutions to everything that we seek. So we encouraged you all to ask a question to Swami. Many questions were submitted. This 3:30 session will be the session where we talk about some answers that have been that are being facilitated by us but come directly from the source Swami. That's 3:30 to 5. And then there's dinner at 5:15. So I'm realizing I'm announcing 2 foods in one sitting, but yes. Now, we'll do 2 o'clock, we'll do snack, 5:15 we'll do dinner, and in the middle we'll have programs. I also want to invite Isabella up with us. Isabella actually is our contact at the Mount Madonna Center, and she wanted to do a quick orientation this morning, but not all of us were here exactly when she wanted to do it. So she's just going to take a few minutes and walk us through some key things about the venue and about carrying ourselves here. And then off to snack we go right outside. Sairam, over to you. तेरे चरणों में साईं मेरा कोटि प्रणाम।
तेरे चरणों में साईं मेरा कोटि प्रणाम।
तेरे चरणों में साईं तेरा कोटि प्रणाम।
साईं माता पिता दीनबंधु सदा।
साईं माता पिता दीनबंधु सखा।
साईं
Señor, 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 Shivanattaraya, Señor, 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 Mahasatyasai.
Señor, 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 Shivanattaraya, Señor, 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 Mahasatyasai.
Señor, Señor, Shivanattaraya, Señor, 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 Mahasatyasai.
Señor, 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 Shivanattaraya, Señor, 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 Mahasatyasai.
Shivanattaraya, 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 de mi corazón.
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 Danza, 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 Señor, danza, danza, amor. Lléname, lléname, lléname de amor.
Danza, 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 Señor, hazme de amor. Lléname, lléname, lléname de amor.
Danza, 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 Señor, danza del tambor. Lléname, lléname, lléname de amor.
Danza, 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 Señor, alza del tambor. Lléname, lléname, lléname de amor.
Shivanattaraya, 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 de mi corazón.
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 Señor, 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 Shivanattaraya, Señor, 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 Mahasatyasai.
Señor, 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 Shivanattaraya, Señor, 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 de mi corazón.
Shivanattaraya, 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 de mi corazón.
Shivanattaraya, 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 de mi corazón.
Vitthala.
Sai Narayana Ranga Ranga Vitthala.
Bolo Narayana Jai Jai Vitthala.
Bolo Narayana Jai Jai Vitthala.
Govinda Vitthala, Raghumari Vitthala.
Govinda Vitthala, Raghumari Vitthala.
Govinda Vitthala, Raghumari Vitthala.
Govinda Vitthala, Raghumari Vitthala.
Gopala Vitthala, Panduranga Vitthala. Gopala Vitthala, Panduranga Vitthala. Gopala Vitthala, Panduranga Vitthala. Gopala Vitthala, Panduranga Vitthala. Bolo, bolo.
Shri Ranga Vitthala, Sai Ranga Vitthala.
Shri Ranga Vitthala, Sai Ranga Vitthala.
Shri Ranga Vitthala, Sai Ranga Vitthala.
Bolo Narayana Jai Jai Vitthala. Bolo Narayana Jai Vitthala. Sai Narayana Ranga Vitthala. Sai Narayana Ranga Vitthala. Bolo Narayana Jai Vitthala.
Bolo Narayana Jai Jai Vitthala.
Govinda Vitthala, Raghumari Vitthala.
Govinda Vitthala, Raghumari
Vitthala, Gopala Vitthala, Panduranga Vitthala.
Gopala Vitthala, Panduranga Vitthala.
Shri Ranga Vitthala, Sai Ranga Vitthala. Bolo, bolo.
Shri Ranga Vitthala, Sai Ranga Vitthala.
Shri Ranga Vitthala, Sai Ranga Vitthala.
Shri Ranga Vitthala, Sai Ranga Vitthala.
Bolo Narayana Jai Jai Vitthala.
Shiv Shankara Shashanka Shekhara Hara Bam Hara Bam 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 Bolo.
Hara Shiva Shankara Shashanka Shekhara Hara Bam 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 Bolo.
Hara Shiva Shankara Shashanka Shekhara Hara Bam 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 Bolo.
Hara Shiva Shankara Shashanka Shekhara Hara Bam Bam Bolo.
Baba Bhayankara Girija Shankara Dimi 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 Takanardana Kelo.
Baba Bhayankara Girija Shankara Dimi 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 Takanardana Kelo.
Baba Bhayankara Girija Shankara Dimi 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 Takanardana Kelo.
Baba Bhayankara Girija Shankara Dimi 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 Takanardana Kelo.
Hara Shiva Shankara Shashanka Shekhara Hara Bam 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 Bolo.
Hara Shiva Shankara Shashanka Shekhara Hara Bam Bam Bolo.
Hara Shiva Shankara Shashanka Shekhara Hara Bam Bam Bolo.
Hara Shiva Shankara Shashanka Shekhara Hara Bam Bolo.
Baba Bhayankara Girija Shankara Dimi 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 Takanardana Kelo.
Baba Bhayankara Girija Shankara Dimi 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 Takanardana Kelo.
Baba Bhayankara Girija Shankara Dimi 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 Takanardana Kelo.
Baba Bhayankara Girija
मधुर नाम साई राम।
हरे कृष्ण हरे राम मधुर नाम साई राम।
हरे कृष्ण हरे राम मधुर नाम साई राम।
पुण्य नाम पवित्र नाम राम नाम साई राम।
पुण्य नाम पवित्र नाम राम नाम साई राम।
करुण सिंधु सीताराम दीन बंधु राधेश्याम।
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 हरे कृष्ण हरे राम मधुर नाम साई राम।
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 पुण्य नाम पवित्र नाम राम नाम साई राम।
पुण्य नाम पवित्र नाम राम नाम साई राम।
हरे कृष्ण हरे राम मधुर नाम साई राम।
हरे कृष्ण हरे राम मधुर नाम साई राम।
करुण सिंधु सीताराम दीन बंधु राधेश्याम।
हरे कृष्ण हरे राम मधुर नाम साई राम।
हरे कृष्ण हरे राम मधुर नाम साई राम।
हरे कृष्ण हरे राम मधुर नाम साई राम।
पुण्य नाम पवित्र नाम राम नाम साई राम। राम राम साई रामा।
राम राम साई राम।
राम राम साई रामा।
राम राम साई राम।
पति पुरुषा साई राम।
पति पुरुषा साई राम।
पति पुरुषा साई राम।
पति पुरुषा साई राम।
राम राम साई रामा।
राम राम साई राम।
मधुर मनोहर सुंदर नाम।
मधुर मनोहर सुंदर नाम।
मधुर मनोहर सुंदर नाम।
मधुर मनोहर सुंदर नाम।
श्यामल कोमल नयन विराम।
श्यामल कोमल नयन विराम।
श्यामल कोमल नयन विराम।
श्यामल कोमल नयन विराम।
रविकुल मण्डन राजन राम।
रविकुल मण्डन राजन राम।
रविकुल मण्डन राजन राम।
रविकुल मण्डन राजन राम।
परम पावना मंगलदाम।
परम पावना मंगलदाम।
परम पावना मंगलदाम।
परम पावना मंगलदाम।
राम राम साई रामा।
राम राम साई राम।
पति पुरुषा साई राम।
पति पुरुषा साई राम।
राम राम साई रामा।
राम राम साई राम।
मधुर मनोहर सुंदर नाम।
मधुर मनोहर सुंदर नाम।
श्यामल कोमल नयन विराम।
श्यामल कोमल नयन विराम।
रविकुल मण्डन राजन राम।
रविकुल मण्डन राजन राम।
परम पावना मंगलदाम।
परम पावना मंगलदाम।
परम पावना मंगलदाम। नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः
ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः
शिव शिव हर हर हराय नमः हर हर शिव शिव शिवाय नमः
शिव शिव हर हर हराय नमः शिव शिव शिवाय नमः
हर हर महादेवा 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 ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः 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 डम 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 डमरू बाजे डम 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 डमरू बाजे धीमी तक मृदंग बाजे
धीमी तक मृदंग बाजे
हर हर महादेवा हर हर महादेवा हर हर महादेवा
हर हर महादेवा
हर हर महादेवा हर हर महादेवा हर हर
महादेवा
हर
हर हर महादेवा
ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः 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 शिव शिव हर हर हराय नमः हर हर शिव शिव शिवाय नमः शिव शिव हर हर हराय नमः हर हर शिव शिव शिवाय नमः हर हर महादेवा 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 हर हर
महादेवा
हर हर महादेवा नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः डम 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 डमरू बाजे
डम 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 डमरू बाजे
धीमी तक मृदंग बाजे
धीमी तक मृदंग बाजे
डमरू बाजे
डम डम डमरू बाजे
धीमी तक मृदंग बाजे
धीमी तक मृदंग बाजे
हर हर महादेवा हर हर महादेवा हर हर
महादेवा हर हर महादेवा
हर हर महादेवा हर हर महादेवा
हर हर महादेवा
ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः
शिवाय नमः शिव शिवाय नमः शिव शिवाय नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय
शिवाय नमः शिव शिवाय नमः शिव शिवाय नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय
शिवाय नमः शिव Shivaya Namah Shivaya Namah Om Namah Shivaya
Shivaya Namah Shiva Shivaya Namah Shiva Shivaya Namah Om Namah Shivaya
Shivaya Namah Shivaya Namah Shiva
Shivaya Namah Shiva Shivaya Namah Shiva
Shivaya Namah Shivaya Namah Shiva
Shivaya Namah Shiva Shivaya Namah Shiva
Shivaya Namah Om Namah Shivaya
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 Shivaya Namah Shivaya Namah Shivaya Namah Om Namah Shivaya
Shivaya Namah Shiva Shivaya Namah Shiva Shivaya Namah Om Namah Shivaya
Shivaya Namah Shivaya Namah
Shivaya Namah Shiva Shivaya Namah Shiva
Shivaya Namah Om Namah Shivaya
Shivaya Namah Om Namah Shivaya
Shivaya Namah Om Namah Shivaya
Shivaya Namah Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya Namah Shiva Shivaya Namah Shiva Shivaya Namah Om Namah Shivaya
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Sairam, everyone. Welcome back. So next we have Sai TED Talks. Little brief history about Sai TED Talks. It started at the regional retreat in 2023. The objective is to create a platform for members of the Sai community within Region 7 to share their transformative journey so that it may serve as an inspiration to others. This is not just an experience sharing, but a reflective and a retrospective contemplation of the guidance they received from Swami. So these are all adults, young adults, and children from our region. So the first up, we have, let me just get the name, Pramod Potluri. And Pramod Potluri was born in San Jose, California. He's a senior and attends Braham High School. As a true Bay Area resident with such landscapes would, Pramod enjoys hiking in his free time. He also is trained in mixed martial arts and says that he enjoys it. He intends on majoring in mechanical or electrical engineering. His parents are Vaidehi and Srinivas Potluri. He has two elder brothers, Shakit and Prashant, and two dogs, Teddy and Billy. So let's welcome and give a round of applause to Pramod.
Is it good? Okay. Sairam, parents, my humble pranams to the lotus feet of Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. First and foremost, I hope that everyone is well. I know it's a hot day today, so please make sure to stay hydrated, drink your water. But my name is Pramod. I am a senior in high school from San Jose. I have been in the SSC program for close to 10 to 11 years now. And for me, SSC has always had an evolving meaning, and it has been a big part of who I am. And I have met so many meaningful people, developed so many meaningful connections from this program. And I have also had the chance to become closer to Swami, as well as gaining a higher sense of individuality from this program. So just reflecting back from the years, sort of going on from my earlier years in the SSC program, SSC was always about the fun, and it was about the community. when I was a little kid, SSC had the classes. They were diverse, they were fun, they were interesting, and they played a big part in who I am today, as well as the people that I've met through these classes. Some of the people that I've met through SSC are some of the closest people in my life. Some of my childhood friends I've made through the SSC program, and I'm very, very grateful for having the opportunity to be so close with them. And as I sort of, grew up throughout SSC, it became more about the values, the discipline. Yes, there was fun. Our center is pretty famous for their snacks. So what would happen was every sort of like after class, everyone would rush for the snacks, and that was one sort of moment that I found very, very memorable during my SSC time. And I wanted to share a quick story with you all about one of my moments that happened recently in SSC, or not in SSC, with someone that I don't know very well, but I sort of gained a realization from that experience, and it has brought me closer with Swami through having that experience with that someone. So for context, I was attending one of my guru's home bhajans for Swami's 100th birthday celebration. And in this bhajan, everything went pretty normal. We had special songs for Swami's 100th birthday celebration, and we participated. I even sang a bhajan too upon the request of one of my gurus. And afterwards, when we were sort of just chatting around with a couple of my gurus, my friends, I met this one akka, and I don't know this akka too familiarly. I've only talked to her here and there, but it was never more than like a couple words here and there. It was very, very surface level, my relationship with her. And as you know, I'm in senior year currently. And during this time, this is sort of when everything is very frantic and busy, because this is when college apps usually are. And if you're not familiar with the college app process, it's arduous, it's stressful. You have to write countless essays. And on top of that, it's a very lonely process. You have to do everything by yourself, and everything has to be it has to be from you. You cannot really have external help that can sort of help you. And, I was just talking to the people that were there about, I'm talking about after the bhajans, I was just talking to the people there about school and, how my life is as a senior year. This is the last year, I'm almost done. And while I was talking with this one akka, all I mentioned was senior year. That's all I said. The only word I said to her was that my name is Pramod. I've seen you in the center here and there, and I'm in senior year, and it's nice to meet you. And the immediate response from that akka was, hey, would you mind sending your college app essays to me? I would be more than willing to look them over and help you and guide you on this journey. And to me, during that moment, I was unbelievably shocked because, I barely know this person. I've seen this akka here and there, but I really don't know them that well. And here they are, they're offering that guidance, the support, the love that I needed during this time, especially during this time where everything is so difficult for me. And I'm still going through it at the moment. And when in that instance, my first thought went to Swami. And I could just tell that this was not just because of that akka's sort of kindfulness, her willingness to help. It was intervention from a higher power, from Swami, knowing that I am going through this difficult process and knowing that I needed that help. And to me, it was just a very special moment. And I've never had that sort of experience with Swami before. I would like to classify me as sort of a Gen Z experience with Swami. I have never met him in person. I've only heard the wonderful, the supernatural stories that a lot of the adults in my life told, including Dr. Sanjay Ramaling, or I forgot the line, but Dr. Sanjay, the stories that Dr. Sanjay was explaining, they were so remarkable, seeing how interactive and how all-knowing Swami is. And to me, it was just a very special moment, and it sort of reinforced my passion and my love towards Swami. And it sort of pushed me to know that I'm not alone on this journey. There's always someone looking out for me, whether I may know it or not. It can be anyone. It's evident from this example. It can be anyone that it may even be a stranger that you meet on the street, but you should know that there's always someone there looking out for you every step of the way. And most importantly, it's Swami. Swami is the one who is looking out for you. He is the one making sure that you are not guided towards a wrong path. He is there for you to support, nurture, love, and care for you every single step of the way. And that is something that I've realized recently. Before, I've never had that sort of experience, so it was very, very eye-opening. And I am so thankful to sort of express this circumstance today here in front of you all. And I know I'm running out of time, but I wanted to sort of leave off with a quick advice to all of the younger students in SSC. This is something that I've learned through my circumstances throughout my academic career, throughout high school and middle school. This is something that I've learned the hard way multiple times. And it was to take every single opportunity that is presented to you. And this is very, straightforward, simple advice. You may have heard the saying, every opportunity that you miss is every opportunity that you don't take is an opportunity that you miss. And I thought this was especially relevant in today's world for the little guys, the kids in SSC, because you never know the things, the opportunities that might be presented to you. You never know what circumstances they might lead to, whether it be positive or negative. And oftentimes, people will just back away in fear or some sort of reluctance to sort of pursue that opportunity. And I wanted to encourage all of you that even though you might be afraid to take that step, having the courage to take that step, it's important to know that Swami is looking out for you. So even if you fail, right, you will always have that eyes, those set of eyes, the wisdom just hovering over your head. So whenever you're presented with your next opportunity, whether you are afraid to do it or not, I suggest you do it. Regardless if you're scared or not, just go in with an open mind, because Swami and also people that you know or you may not know, they will be looking out for you. And even if you fail, you will learn something valuable that you can use to become a better person. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. It's always nice to see a Group 3 kid in high school give advice to his younger siblings. So that was awesome. But two things stood out from Pramod's talk. One, his faith. His faith in Swami manifests in so many different ways that people reach out to him and want to share their love for Swami by giving him, review advice and such. So faith is a big thing. The second thing is it's an encouragement to all of us. The kindness that we show people makes a big difference in their life. It becomes a TED Talk. So let's always take the opportunity to really reach out and share whatever we can with people. With that, thank you, Pramod, once more. I do want to recognize the young kids in the room. The SSC kids are actually in the room supporting their elder brothers and sisters as they're giving talks, so yay. In this context, after Aditya's talk, who I will introduce in a second, the kids are actually going off to sports in the gym after this talk. So listen to Aditya and then slowly take a couple minutes and go to the back of the room and then make your way out to the gym. For sports and adults, we will be auditing to see if you're leaving the room as well, and we'll be sending you back. So yes, side on. Aditya Thirumannamalai. Aditya Thirumannamalai is currently a student at John F. Kennedy High School, born in Santa Clara, California. He has lived his life here since then. Outside of school and SAI activities, he enjoys fitness and working out. He likes playing basketball, listening to music, and cooking. He makes a great pasta dish. Good to know. Aditya says that being part of the SAI Center has given him the chance to learn, grow, and serve with his peers, and he is grateful to be part of this community. Aditya's parents are Sailaja and Prasad. He has an older sister, Aditi, and two furry family members, Shadow and Sparky. Aditya goes to the Fremont SAI Center, so it's a real pleasure interacting with Aditya at the center, one of the most pleasant individuals I've known. So over to Aditya Thirumannamalai.
Saram, everyone. It feels really good to be here with all of you today, right next to the Hanuman temple. Did you know that Swami once called Hanuman the very first Sevador? It's a really strong reminder that service is the heart of spirituality. My name is Aditya Thirumannamalai. I'm a senior at John F. Kennedy High School in Fremont, a Group 4 SSC student, and I attend the Fremont SAI Center. When my mom first asked me if I wanted to join SSC, I honestly had no idea what it was. And as a younger sibling, I put all the pressure on my older sister, Aditi, to make the call. And she said yes, so I just followed along. At first, I didn't know anyone. I was shy, and talking to people just made me feel uncomfortable. And then COVID happened, and that made me even more withdrawn. But slowly coming back, things started to change. Post walks from SC to Starbucks, informal get-togethers, and especially the service activities really pulled me out of that shell. I remember when I was a little kid, maybe 11 or 12 years old, me and my family, every Saturday, we would go to the homeless shelter to serve breakfast. And since I was 11 or 12, I really couldn't cook or do anything. The only job that was given to me was to clean tables and cut bread for the birds. That was it, nothing else. And that made me feel really unimportant. Like, I feel like I really didn't want to be there. And then one day, when me and my dad were serving food, an elderly lady called me over. And as a kid, you were told, don't go near strangers. So as any kid, I went up to my dad and said, "Dad, please, there's an elderly woman over there. She called me over. I'm a little scared. It's like, can you like watch over me? Like make sure nothing bad happens. And he's like, I got you, Adi, don't worry. And as soon as I left, I turned around, I looked at my dad, he gave me a little thumbs up. So I was a little confident. And I nervously approached her, and like she started crying, like tears of joy. She gave me like a big hug, and she said that whatever I'm doing, like I should just keep going, like just keep going. You're doing a really good thing. And that really shifted my whole perspective of service activities. That even the smallest thing you're doing really affects and it really matters. In group 4, the lessons became even more clear. In one activity, we went into groups, and one person wore a blindfold, and the other person was to guide them through all the distractions, and everyone else were distracting them. It was pretty funny, but also a little chaotic. But the meaning was profound, that through all distractions, you got to tune them out and only listen to Swami's voice. In another activity, we talked about the 5 Ds: discipline, devotion, dedication, determination, and discrimination. That chart made me realize that, number 1, academics and family duties come first. And discipline really helps us manage our life. And devotion really brings the whole foundation together. And those priorities and those values became a compass for me, not just SSC, but in school and life too. From, looking back, when I just started SSC, I was a really reluctant, shy, and self-centered person. And from there, I became more confident, more grateful, and eager to serve. I've learned patience when things didn't go my way. I've learned responsibility when people counted on me to show up, and gratitude when I realized how grateful I am. And most importantly, I've experienced the joy of being part of a community that feels like family, whether it's budgeons, tutoring, or even Olive Garden dinners together. So, what does from knowing to being Sai mean to me? It means simply not just listening to what he says, but doing them in every moment of your life. Not just doing service projects for hours, but doing them in every single moment. And I mean, I gotta admit that I'm still learning. I'm still trying to live in Swami's image. I'm still trying to live in his message. And yeah, thank you for this opportunity, Sairam.
Thank you, Brother Pramod. Let's give a round of applause one more time to him, as well as all the SSC teachers, because it's so inspiring that these kids are getting inspired because of teachers like all of you who are sitting here. So thank you to SSC teachers. Next, I would like to call upon... Oh, okay. So quietly, can the SSC kids please walk out? Adults, as brother was saying, we are auditing if you're leaving the room. So, Okay, so next we have Sister Vanilla Settipalli. Vanilla was born in Guntur and grew up in Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. At the tender age of 7, she was introduced to Swami by her father, moment that set her family on her spiritual path. From that day on, Swami's teachings have been a guiding light in her life. After moving to the US, she has been part of the Sai family here in the Bay Area for many years and is now closely associated with the Fremont Sai Center, where her children are actively participating in the SSE program. Professionally, she works as a design engineer in the semiconductor industry and currently lives in Palo Alto with her husband and their 2 wonderful children, one in group 3 and the other in group 2. Outside of work and service, Vanilla enjoys traveling, hiking, and gardening, activities that help her connect with nature and spend quality time with her family. So let's welcome Sister Vanilla.
Sai Ram, my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai. Sai Ram, everyone. Like our speakers mentioned before, we all have our experiences with Swami, and that's how we build our connection with Swami. And now I wanted to share a few from my own journey that showed me that Swami always listens, watches, and guides. I was introduced to Swami when I was 7 years old by my father. I was a very pampered child who often skipped school and traveled with my father to various places. And visiting Puttaparthi was one such trip for me. But for my father, it was much more. Our family was going through some financial crisis, and he wanted to seek Swami's blessing before leaving India and coming here. As a child, I didn't understand the seriousness of all these decisions, but my parents left for America, and me and my brother didn't see them for 10 years after that. Communication back then was mostly letters, and after a few years, we could have phone calls, but they're very short and very hard. We don't even have phone at home. Looking back, I realized how much trust and surrender it took for my parents to leave us in Swami's care and have that peace in mind. Over those years, I've seen in many ways Swami has helped me and protected me. I won't go into those details, but it surely set a path for me towards him. Now, going back to my first visit to Puttaparthi, I was with my father, and we were sitting in second or third row, waiting for his darshan. The time felt really long, but I understood we are not supposed to talk. I was bored, and I started playing with my wiggly tooth. That's all I could do. After what felt really long, Swami has finally come, and he started walking towards us. I noticed a lot of hands were reaching out to him to hand over the letters to him. And slowly Swami walked and he reached us. Right at that moment, all my hard work has paid off. My wiggly tooth has come out. There was blood, so I got panicked and I started calling my father. Father, look at me. But he was not paying attention to me. Instead, he was focused on Swami and handing over a letter to him. Right then, Swami looked at me. Even as a child, I felt the power and grace in his eyes. Immediately, I stopped calling my father, and Swami gently smiled at me, noticing the little tooth in my hand. And that was my first connection with him. Even in such a childish moment, I felt Swami sees everything and he's always watching. From that moment onwards, I always felt he's constantly watching me. Even when I'm sitting there and looking at Swami's picture, I just feel Swami is looking at me. I think it's the same feeling for all of us. Whoever looks at Swami's picture, you just feel he's directly looking at us. It's not a feeling, I think it's real. Swami is watching all of us. And wanted to share another experience. Many years has passed, and then I came here, got married. Me and my husband decided to have children. But initially it didn't go well, so I thought I'll go visit Swami. So I went with my mother. We planned a week trip. I went straight to Puttaparthi. This was early March 2011. As soon as we landed, we learned that someday Swami was not coming for darshan. As you know, that is the end of the month, Swami was admitted to hospital, so he was not feeling well physically that well by then. So we went to darshan and sitting and we prayed. Swami comes for darshan that day because we only planned to stay there for a day and we already booked our tickets to hometown. To our luck, Swami has come. He was in a wheelchair. He has come and I was very happy. Right at that moment, I asked Swami, bless us with a child. And to be sure, Swami is listening. He could listen. I asked, Swami, bless by raising your hand. And I said, Swami, not this, so that I won't confused with the generic blessing like to everybody. So Swami's chair passed without just such gesture. So he went inside that bhajan hall, the smaller room. He went inside. Then immediately I started to think, did Swami listen to me? Did he hear me? And in few moments, Swami has come out again. When Swami comes out for darshan, you'll feel the silence in the room will make noise with everybody, thousands of the people shifting their gaze towards him, adjusting for the better view of Swami. You'll feel that energy, that happiness, especially after such a long wait, right? So you feel that. And the moment I felt that in the room, that energy, I know Swami has come out, so I started looking for him. Right at that time when I could see, Swami has raised his hand all the way up, just like the way I asked, and he blessed. Later that year, December 20th, 2011, we were blessed with a baby boy. This was even before the calendar year changed. And that is the same year Swami also physically left us. So that moment showed that he's always listening, no matter what, he's always listening. I want to share just one more experience. Our son grew up and he started attending SSC at Central San Jose Center. At the end of the school year, his Sai Nyatri teacher has asked me if I wanted to be the teacher next year. But just a week before that, we decided to move to Fremont and start attending Fremont Center. So I had to say no. I felt really bad for saying no to Swami's work. And I also have a month's baby then, so I was not ready for that responsibility. That night, I prayed to Swami, said, Swami, you know my situation. You know what is right, and you take care of it. And we started attending Fremont Center, and it's been a few years, pandemic happened, and we become more regular at center. My kids attending SSC, and I was attending parenting circle. One day, Sister Prashanti called and suggested I take teacher training. We have enough teachers, so I thought I'll take training as it could be helpful for parenting too. So I took training. I continued to attend parenting circle. A few months later, she called me again and she said, one of the SSC teachers has to go on a break for personal reasons. And since I already finished training, she asked me to step into that role. And guess what class it was? Sai Nursery. So I changed my place, my plans, but Swami didn't change his. He put me right back into the same spot. What started as a temporary role turned into permanent. I finished 2 years and heading into my 3rd year. This is another experience where Swami showed me that he helps to guide us when we surrender to him. As our guest speaker has mentioned many times, we need patience with surrender. Swami might not always respond immediately, but Swami will always respond when time is right. So my share is that no matter what, Swami truly believe that Swami is always watching, listening, and guiding us. And I'm sure Swami is listening even now. So I pray to him that he guides us all in everything we do. Sai Ram.
Thank you, Sister Vanilla. It was such a sweet talk about how connected one can feel to Swami, whether you're a 7-year-old or whether you're moving localities and neighborhoods. Swami is always there, Swami is always listening. All we have to do is communicate wholeheartedly with him. Thanks so much for that. I get to make the next introduction, and that is of Sai Ninad Naik. Sai Ninad was born in the coastal town of Karwar, Karnataka, and grew up in Bangalore and Hyderabad in a family deeply devoted to Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. His bond with Swami is a living legacy carried forward from his grandparents and parents and remains the guiding light of his life. He completed his bachelor's degree in electrical engineering at RV College of Engineering in Bangalore and later pursued his master's and PhD in electrical engineering at the University of Alabama in Huntsville, USA. Currently serving as an RF engineer, Sai Ninad believes his professional path is also part of Swami's plan, giving him opportunities to apply discipline, excellence, and humility in everyday life. With gratitude in his heart, he continues to offer his time in community, service, creative expression, and sharing his experiences of Swami's love. For him, being with Swami is not just about devotion, but it's about transforming life itself into his message. Now, if you look at Sai Ninad and you find him slightly familiar, it's because he's been at your center. Period. Sai Ninad is very active in the region. Welcome, Sai Ninad. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, everyone. Good? Sai Ram, everyone. So, before I start, I just want to let everyone know that I'm not a great speaker, so please stay focused. I might lose my way. So, coming to knowing, to being Sai, I'm not there yet to know Swami, and being Swami is a far-off thing. So I'm going to just tell the first and the only thing that I know about what I have done with respect to Swami is surrendered totally to him. So back in 2015, my parents and myself, we are just 3 of us in our family. We renovated our house back in Bangalore. And during that time, my dad bought a beautiful photo of Swami from Puttaparthi, and he placed it in the hall. One of the devotees who had come gently asked, why have Swami's photo from his latter years when he's old? Why not have a Swami's photo very young and with a big smile? We respectfully ignored his opinion, and we kept the photo where it is. So carrying on from there, after a couple of years, we were having a homam at our house. And this was also my last year in my undergrad. And obviously, I was at that stage of my life where I had no clue what's next, where will I be, and who will take care of me. And during that time, I was like, Swami, this is the time where you have to show me the path. No subtle hints and all don't work with me. I overthink, it goes right over my head. Please, you have to come to my home. And with this raw and honest prayer that I want to see you here, I sat during the homam and threw everything into it. And at the end of the homam, right, once the homam concluded beautifully, I was wrapping up and helping everyone go through things. And nothing happened. And I was just thinking, the Lord of the universe, I don't think he could listen to that one small prayer from his beloved Hanuman. So I kind of almost gave up. Just while I was doing that, the priest who had come to do the homam asked very confusingly but gently, "Why do you guys need to put so much turmeric on Swami's photo? It's Swami's photo, right? Is it a ritual?" Then my mom said, no, it must be Ninad's dad. He has a very amazing habit of using all turmeric, kumkumam and all that. My dad immediately said, no, not me. As all three were thinking about it, they looked at me and I said, oh, I'm the last person who's gonna do puja in our house. But at that moment, when everyone was trying to digest what exactly happened, I realized what had happened. The Lord of the universe decided to listen to his one little Hanuman's prayer once at least. So when this happened, basically, I was at that stage of my life where I wanted to take decisions, but a sense of surrender also brought a sense of patience into me. I could hear Swami's message straightforward. You asked me to come, I was always with you. Stop questioning my blessings for you. And this amazing faith basically built the first steps of surrender for me in my life. Following this, the faith that helped me hold myself during that period of time had to be revisited. But this time, Swami decided to use another method to come back to me. I moved to United States the very next year. After a couple of years, in 2017, I started doing my master's, and I met a wonderful professor. She was very impressed with me, and she asked me if I could be a research assistant in my master's. And I worked with her for 6.5 years, from my research assistantship to my PhD, everything. And during that time, she taught me so much: accountability towards my service or my work, a beautiful work ethic. I was absolutely inspired from her because she was trying to make a name for herself in a domain that is absolutely dominated by men. And I took a lot of things from her. She was basically my only family that I had here in the United States. I had no one else here at that point of time. For me, the day had arrived when I had to move to California in between all of you. And as that day had come, we had to wrap up things. Things got wrapped up. I started moving, I started searching for my home and all that. And slowly that anxiety starts hitting you when you're trying to move all by yourself without any support. And I had to have my last meeting with my professor. And this is after 6.5 years, I think after around 1,000 meetings, you do one last one with her. And just while I was entering the room, I felt I'm not going to have that protection from her anymore, that sweetness and that caringness from her. And again, those three beautiful questions came back to me. What's next? Where will you be? Who will take care of you? I went inside the room, had the meeting. Absolute professional. We never spoke anything about our religious beliefs, never had anything about any personal interchange. She would only ask, are you doing well? Are your parents well in India? Period. But during this meeting, we were like, we're going to exchange contacts. We were like, what's going to happen next? This, that. But it was kept absolutely professional. And while I was about to leave, out of nowhere, she stands up and says, "Sai Ninad, I don't know what it is, who it is. I've been with you for 6.5 years. I always feel that there's a great strength and power right next to you all the time protecting you. I know wherever you go, whatever you do, and whoever you wish to have in your life, this strong protector is always going to guide you in the future." That was the immediate moment I realized, Swami, you had to come through my professor someday. Swami takes different forms. And this couple of stories basically built 3 steps of surrender in me. My first step of surrender it begins with honesty. I asked Swami directly, I can't understand your subtle hints. I demanded for my experience. I felt I deserved it. I'm throwing everything into your feet. Why not one experience? That surrender actually built the next step for me, and that's surrender can never be passive. It is participatory. You got to take the damn first step, no matter what it takes. Once the first step is taken, he's there for the second step. You don't need to worry about it. Every time you say that, Swami, you are the doer, I'm your instrument, the instrument has to go forward. Then only the doer can do something. The third step is surrender matures into trust. Initially, I was trying to find that little subtle hints. Then I could see a pattern. Now I don't need to worry about anything. Whether it's an old photo, young photo, Swami is Swami. He's always there, he's always going to be there. Every time fear hits me, I always remember Swami's photo with the turmeric. Every time I'm about to face any unknowns, I always remember my professor's sentences to me. Every time I try to make a plan, I know Swami is watching and smiling. The second the plan starts changing, I know whose Leela is coming into the picture. I start watching and smiling. That's why in the stillness, I always remember Charan what's Thank you. Charan Kamal Bandhu Sai Nath Ki Charan Kamal Bandhu. Surrender to the feet of the Lord, Sai Baba. Surrender to the feet of the Lord. Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry.
Let's give another round of applause to Brother Ninant. And thank you, brother, for reiterating that surrender to Swami is very important. And he's also a very active young adult, so thank you once again. Next, we have Sister Niranjana Rajagopalan. Let me just share her bio. She's born in Chennai, brought up in Dubai. Niranjana is an environmental consultant by profession. Growing up, she was always inclined towards God and saw him as a near and dear friend, without being too caught up in rituals or traditions. Coming to the US opened up new avenues for her to explore spirituality on her own terms. Trained in Carnatic music and classical Indian dance Bharatanatyam, she especially enjoys exploring spirituality through a lens of art. A pivotal moment came in her life when Swami came into her awareness. Soon after, she had many moments to learn more about herself, Swami, and his message. Her role as a Center Young Adults Coordinator accelerated her introduction to Swami. She realized that it was his hands that always had the continuous to protect and guide her throughout her life. Let's welcome Sister Niranjana, and she's also an active young adult in our region. Jai Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. I offer my love to Swami, who is truly my everything. I've divided my talk today into 3 parts: my coming to Swami, my getting to know Swami, and my yearning to start becoming Sai. Swami came into my awareness about 4 years ago. I volunteer as this Shirdi Sai temple, and there's Swami's altar as well in the temple. And I used to walk by Swami's room, and I knew him to be another guru. Once I saw someone being asked, would you like to volunteer for Swami on a weekly basis and perform aarti for him? Somehow a small wish arose in me, and I said, I wish that was me that they had asked. The next week, I got asked, and I immediately agreed. Those were very beautiful days, the initial days. One of my distinct memories is trying to wipe the mole of Swami's murti, thinking it was a speck of dirt. I didn't know at all. Till one of my friends pointed out and said, hey, what are you doing? That's Swami's mole. A few weeks passed, and I met with a bike accident. It was on a Thursday at around 10:30 p.m. in the night. The road was a bit deserted at that time. And while I knew I was going to fall, I heard myself saying, Swami, please protect me. Right then, there was a bicyclist who came on the other side of the road. He helped me, and I made it home somehow that day. Later, when I thought about that night, I felt like Swami had come to my rescue. It was also pleasantly surprising for me that I had known up loving and growing up with many, many gurus and gods, almost everyone. But Swami was the one who came to my mind at that point in time. And Swami was the person I'd most recently come to love. I knew there was something more to this relationship, and that this relationship was to stay. I came to Swami for the unconditional love that I felt from him towards me, and the same unconditional love that I feel towards him. Moving on to the second part of getting to know Swami. This was a fun phase for me, not so fun for coordinators, I think. I used to go on Google, type Satya Sai Baba, and join any WhatsApp groups that were related to Swami, sign up on emailing lists, bookmark those websites. And someone had also told me recently that oh, Satya Sai Baba is called by his devotees as Swami. So I would also Google search Swami just in case I missed something. So I went to Sundaram, I went to India at that point in time for a brief period because I was going through a personal situation. And I chanced upon Sundaram. And I used to go there every day. And at that point of time in my life, I wouldn't talk to anyone. I would just talk to Swami. It was just him and me, not even my own family. And I would go sit at that altar, and before they opened the altar, I would sing Giridhara Govinda Gopal. Tears would flow down my eyes, and it was just him and me. When I got back to the US, I saw a message on one of the WhatsApp groups saying they're looking for a women's coordinator. I haven't even been to a center. Don't know anything about the organization. I just knew that Swami had something called an organization and he has centers worldwide. And I reached out to this person immediately and said, I'd like to sign up, for this. And I think, my intention when I did a lot of these things, obviously, disclaimer, I did not become the women's coordinator. But I think my idea was, what is the avenue for me to get to know him better? How will I find his devotees? Where will I go find these centers? Because I think when I initially started looking, it was pandemic and things were not in person. And I've done many such things like this. I signed up for, unity slots, thinking it is unison slots. And I was suggesting scales for other people to sing, bhajans in. And there was a moment where I was like, why are they asking me for scales? How will I know what, groups can sing in? But then I went with it. I suggested scales and bhajans for people. And I hosted my first virtual home bhajans, and the coordinator, when they reached out to me that morning, I thought, you have a photo in your home, you have an altar set up, the devotees will join the Zoom call and do everything. I just needed a photo. They said, sister, do you have someone in your house to follow? What follow? And you'll feel breathless, right, if you sing first and second speed. What second speed? I didn't even know Sai rhythms back then. I used to write down bhajans in my notebook. I have a bhajan notebook. So, that was my journey of getting to know Swami, And I think I had really taken it to heart that Swami is the doer. And I'd heard it in a lot of places. And I thought, if he's the doer, then I just need to be available, right? And he'll get it done. So I just went for it. I also finally chanced upon Central San Jose Center. And I had loving and caring devotees who really guided me along the way. The third part of me, the yearning to start becoming Sai, where did that come from? I think there were two big pushes in my life. When I went to Sundaram, I got acquainted with two Sevadals there. And they're truly an embodiment of Swami's values. They live his message day in and day out. Love all, serve all, help ever, hurt never, unity of thought, word, and deed, And they were my inspiration. They were the people I wanted to embody because I would think in a situation, I didn't have any context of the physical form of Swami, so I didn't know much, right? So I would think, what would they do in this situation? How would they behave? What should I be doing? The second push came when, in the last retreat, I got a chance to play Swami's role, a small role, but, wearing that orange robe and seeing how people looked at that orange robe and that afro made me realize, what this avatar means to his devotees. And what is the legacy that we, as his devotees, are trying to carry forward in our lives? That was a pivotal moment. And I questioned, Swami, how do I practice and live your messages in a world where it is your omnipresent form that is existent? And that same retreat, I got my answer through a speaker session where they said, our life will be his message. There has been no turning back for me since then. I have continued to operate in my life with more and more awareness, and taken every opportunity that Swami gives me as an opportunity for expansion, however uncomfortable that might be for me, from where I'm starting. I was going to say a small other incident, but I think I'll go with what happened today, I was leaving from the house, prayed and everything, Quite unlike me, I would just say bye, Swami, and leave, I prayed and then I thought I'd done extra, good. I suddenly come to the car key is missing. Everything else is there. Only the car key is not, the house key, everything is there. The usual me would get anxious, what am I going to do? I have to move so many things from my car to another car. But then for a moment I was just like, listen, don't do the same things again, change your patterns, right? I thought, at least I have another car, which I can take. I'm not stranded here. I will come and figure out the situation that I put myself into. But, let me just take this car, let me move all these things from this car to that car and leave. And I left. But, somewhere, even though I did all that, my mood was a little like, and then I got a message saying, hey, I don't know how that happened, from a friend of mine. And I just said, you know what? I got a car with a seat warmer for the 1 hour journey. And that's something I always wanted. And my car wouldn't have had that. I'm happy. It's a practice, right? You continuously train yourself to think certain ways and, start embodying the values that Swami teaches. To me, Swami's life is one of duty, forbearance, love, and balance. And when I was told to write a script for this TED Talk, I realized, how much my life has changed in the past 4 years that I don't even remember my life before Swami. If there's few seconds, I'll just finish with 2 lines of Giridhara Govinda Gopal, which takes me right back to my initial days with him. Damodara Janardhana Muralidhara Manamohana Namo Sai Narayanaya Namo Satyanarayanaya Namo Sai Narayanaya Namo Satyanarayanaya. Jai Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, sister, thank you for that inspiring speech. Let's give another round of applause for Sister Niranjana. I think one thing that I can take from your talk is that when you say yes to Swami, there's never looking back, because know that he's going to guide, support, and always guide you through no matter what. With that, brother, over to you. Next.
Sairam, no logistical announcements right now, except that we're back on time, and we would love to keep this time intact and sacred going forward. And with that, I'd like to invite the next group up here that's going to help us through a workshop. Swami truly does have the answer to everything, and we're going to find out in demonstrable ways how this is true. So Brother Mohan Srinivasan will lead us, and there's a little bit of things in the room. We'll get split out a little. We'll come back, so pay close attention to these logistics, please. Sairam.
Sairam.
I surrender myself at the lotus feet of our dear Swami and ask for his presence to guide us through this workshop. Dear Sai family, thank you all so much for being here for this workshop that several of us here have been preparing for almost 6 weeks. So really appreciate your patience to stick around on this really warm day. So Sai Ram. So what is this workshop about? Writing a letter to Swami. You know, the theme of this workshop, this retreat itself, knowing to being Sai, our speaker and several other people earlier today very elegantly elaborated on this. And I'm not going to be any match to any of those wonderful explanations many of them gave. But you clearly know that knowing Swami, we all get into his fold, trying to know about Swami. Okay, who is he? Where was he born? What does he do? Who is his mother? What else has he done? All those things are knowing about Swami. And from there, we make a slight progress. Let me try to be part of the organization that he has created, which again is knowing about Swami. And then we start experiencing his organization itself and the love of the people who are part of the organization. And now the more you experience, the more you enjoy that, you're still very intrigued about, I need to know who the Sai is. and you try to know Swami. Knowing about Swami is very different from knowing Swami. And you really try to spend too much energy into that. Who is Swami? What is this avatar? Who is this? But then you realize, after hearing from him, don't try to know me. It's not going to be possible, right? It's like trying to know or comprehend the infinite. It is going to be a futile effort. Don't even try to do that. But instead, he says, experience me. And through that experience, of years of experience, and what happens? That's when you see that transformation in you, knowing about Swami or trying to know Swami, but you definitely experience Swami. And in that experience is a wonderful transformation that is happening. And that's when you realize, as our speaker earlier today, Brother Sanjay Mahalingam, I'm sure that the jet lag got a better of him today, and he needs his rest. And he mentioned about many different things, nuggets of information I was trying to catch as fast as he was saying. Recognize the divinity, experience. The Guru has come and left, and we are still trying to understand him, right? So the thought of this workshop itself, when we started off the planning for the retreat, and Brother Sunil has invited many of us, and we just casually went along there, and we thought, okay, what do we really like to do here? And it came to us that, this is the 100th year of the Advent, and we all like to talk about Swami, meaning the experiences, the association. He started off with we like to understand the power of association and how the wonderful stories that comes along with that. We like to hear that more so that it gets us more rooted into this aspect of Swami, if I can say that. But now we need to go beyond that. How do we really work on the transformational aspect itself, path itself? And that's when we realize that if we think through that, when you go beyond the question of knowing about Swami to experiencing Swami, and then observe our own transformation into the journey of, as Swami says, you and I are no different. He says that, and we know that he says that. But do we actually know that, or in a way realize that? I'm going to really quote what Brother Sanjay said earlier today, is that recognize the divinity, experience the divinity, and then his presence has to become our presence. Your presence is no different from my presence. And all these things are slowly nudging us towards that we are the divinity, none other than what we are talking about. But how do we really do that? And as we know that it's very hard for even me to read from here, but I'm assuming that you all are able to read, is that from knowing about God to realizing God himself is everyone's journey in this self-transformation. But we all start our journey from knowing about God. And Swami's organizations has got several avenues to follow our curiosity or our own interest, such as, we have the path of devotion or service or education or study circles, jnana margas. There are so many different avenues. And as long as we stay steadfast in any of these things, it's guaranteed, as he says, that you are going to start realizing this. But when we try to do that and try to maintain this connection constant, we try to do that. But oftentimes we are overcome with conflicts, questions, self-doubt, and many of those things. So we thought this is something not unique to one person, it's common across, where everyone has the same kind of doubts and all those things. And one person's question or doubt can be so general, it's applicable to anyone here, right? So why not we really go about having a workshop where these doubts, questions, or conflicts, which are common hurdles for everyone in this journey of self-transformation. As you can see here, it can be any kind of question. We'll start asking people around from the Region 7 if they have any questions that they would like to share. And once they share these questions, we can go into this ocean of knowledge that Swami has created. And we can start seeking answers from that. But when many here had the opportunity to ask questions to Swami directly when he was there in the physical form, but many of us here, including the children here, including me, didn't have that opportunity. But still, we can connect to Swami, ask a question, and then see whether if I'm really able to rise my consciousness to a level where I'm able to receive his communication to me, right? Or we can start looking into his literature, which is what we did here. Many questions were submitted, and these questions were fantastic questions. They're very deep. It might appear as though it is on the surface, but it is not. They have really profound meaning and depth to them. And these questions, for these questions, many of the volunteers spent a lot of time in trying to find at least some answers, because Swami gives answers for all the questions in all of his vahinis or all of the letters or anything. It is not like you take one vahini, you'll have answer for one type of question. No, everywhere you'll find answers for pretty much everything. So it is no easy task, and our volunteers have done a fantastic job in trying to find as close as possible the answers from these literature, ocean of literature that Swami has. So what we are going to be doing here in this workshop is that the participants, we received 8 questions, and at this time, I think our volunteers here can start distributing those tokens, and while they're doing, I'm going to be talking. So what we are going to be doing here is all of you are going to be divided into 8 different teams, and you would be randomly assigned to any of those teams, okay? And each of those teams, we have questions and the answers, and you're going to have a mini satsang for about 40 minutes around the question itself and the answers associated that we have. And if we have time, we'll come back here and then we will debrief on what about the learning of each of these teams. Does that sound good? Okay, so I know that there's going to be 8 teams, so we'll try to do our best to accommodate as many teams as possible within this room. Maybe 5 teams can be here, and then 3 teams can be sitting outside. Is that okay? All right, if we have any questions so far, just wait until you have received a token, and based on the number that you receive, you belong to that team, okay? Team number 1 to 5, we are thinking we'll try to stay here inside this room. And 6 to 8, probably outside. Sai Ram, everyone. Thanks. It is 6 because we have only 8 teams. So it's a good question. Yes, it's 6. Yes. So there are 2 facilitators. several location outside. Many of you were also sitting inside here where it was so warm. So thanks again for your patience. First thing is that I'd like to thank all the facilitators. A big shout out to all these facilitators, Yamini and Arun, who facilitated team number 1. Anish and Venu, team number 2. Sai, Santosh and Geeta, team number 3. Thank you. Yeah, give some extra. Yogi Punjabi and Vijay, brother Vijay, who's not able to join. Thank you. Ishita and Lata, thank you. Satish and Preeti Sura, thank you. Sangeeta and Ritesh, I guess they're still coming in. Thank you. And finally, Niranjana and Bharat Patel. Thank you. So what we are going to be doing here is each of these teams have identified a speaker and no more than 2 minutes because we are just 15 minutes away from dinner and we want to be respectful of everyone's time. So no more than 2 minutes. So we'll start with team number 1 led by Yamini and Arun. Who's your speaker? Thanks. Before Sudesh talks, did anybody leave their phone here? This pink phone. Does it belong to anyone? Ladies, thanks.
Sairam to all. So our question was, it's only 2 minutes, so I go very fast. So how can I practice oneness in a real world? The question was that. So our theme is one, so there's oneness there first. So we started with the thought process of when this question came out, there was a thought process, right, which happens in every mind. And the first question was, can we take a homeless guy to our home and treat him as one? Then another thought is, when there's a conflict, how do you really look at this conflict, right? How do we really resolve it, or can we see oneness over there? So I think these are very critical questions. So then we talked about in which situations we see this oneness. There are many examples which came out. So then we looked at Swami's quote. Swami says, always see divinity. The senses, because senses are the ones which are getting attached to this world, and Swami says rein in all the senses from outside. Then when there is a conflict, you are not really seeing the conflict. When there is a homeless man, you are really not seeing him as a homeless. And then I feel anything we look outside is going to be dual in this world. There's no way there is the oneness we see unless, as Swami says, that is namasmriti and the same divinity which is underlying to all this substance. There's a substance to all these things. Once we achieve that, he says,
louder. Okay. Now, this is a very tough responsibility that we had because we had 8 people, 4 women and 4 men. And no matter what I say, I will always make a mistake. And therefore, with that word of caution, I'm going to share with you what I heard. Question number 2 is, why are some people lucky and others aren't? And the real description was generalized. Why are some people destined to achieve things they want while others are not? So there were stories narrated, and that's what makes it very difficult. But very succinctly, one of the stories was, there was this gentleman who had a disability. And fortunately for him, while he is riding through, he comes across a fellow, a hoodlum, and he is trying to basically annihilate people. And because of his sort of problem with his prosthetic finger or whatever, he forgives him and says, okay, you're excused. We won't take your life away. So in that situation, why do you call that as being lucky? Because it's all a question of timing. One person has the bad luck of not having a finger, but that bad finger actually saves him his life. The second was another story, and it was about an elderly couple that has a milking cow. And apparently they lived a very happy life. But lo and behold, one day the cow dies, and that only income that kept the couple together vanishes, and people ask, "Swami, why did you do that?" He says, do you know that this couple have been praying all along, they want to merge with me, and the only thing that kept them away was this milking cow. So if I take that away, they are safe. So what the eye sees is quite different from what Swami sees, because we are fooled by this metric called time. A third one that was also very lively and interesting was a footprints on the beach. We have probably seen it and come into a situation where we see on the beach paw prints of the person, and the child is talking to Swami and saying, that is my life story, but why is it at that section of time when I had the most amount of trouble, your footprints are missing? And Swami, actually, I can sort of paraphrase that, saying, Bangaru, that is the time when I carried you in my arms. So you see, what people see versus what reality is are two different things. Another lovely story that I heard, and I'm paraphrasing it, guys, and so please don't shoot me, was about a young man who wanted to go to a specific college, and it turns out he didn't get admission. But because of the fact that he missed out on that admission, he was able to stay home. And at that time, when he was home, his father passed away. And he said, had I gone back to that school or gone to the school of my choice, I would have missed that opportunity to be with my parent. So what the eye sees is quite different from the truth, the way our good Lord sees them. And another story that comes to mind, which is very clever, is about a silo in which people store grains. You see, when you put your finger in and draw the corn out, it's the luck of your draw. One day you get beautiful corn, and another day it could be moldy, based on the time axis, if you will. Again, demonstrating that you're fooled by information that is not apparently obvious to somebody else. And another story in like manner is one of a perspective over time. A young man who does his schoolwork and just delivers the results to his advisor. And the advisor looks at it and says, what would you like to really do? And then the student responds and says, oh, you know what, I would love to go and give such a lecture, if you will, in UK, because that is the school of my choice, and that's the one I attach to, Oxford and Cambridge. And the professor says, just like Swami would, Tathastu, and he makes the arrangement for the child or for the kid to go to that school and give that lecture. And lo and behold, he essentially gets appointed to a very good position and placement. Again, it's one of those serendipity. So what the eye sees is not the truth, but the reality is a lot of work that went into it. And one of the gentlemen in the team said it very succinctly. He said, there is karma that you have done, or one has done, and there is, and somebody can tell me the other three, I would be very delighted. What were the other three quickly? Is Kaladhar there? There you go, you heard it, and I can't even repeat it because there's so much of information amongst the 8 people that was passed around. And another final story that resonated on both sides, on the men's side as well as the women, was Swami actually shared this story about a piece of rock that was being chiseled away. And when you chisel that object away to form an idol, you see, one never knows what's going to come out of it. And nobody knows how many blows that rock has seen in its lifetime. But lo and behold, under the guidance of a good sculptor, it comes out to be a beautiful idol. So never judge a book by the cover. Learn to be patient. Your turn is also going to come. That's the best way I could summarize, and I ask for apologies if to my team I made a mistake because it was not intentional. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, everyone. So first of all, I think this is an amazing group here. We explicitly got the opportunity of being Swami here from knowing Swami. I hope that is the same experience for all of us. So starting off with a question that we have had for the group 3 was, how do we give up some undesirable habits that has been practiced for a while? This is one part of the question. I'll come to the other part in just a few seconds. So we started off with talking to everyone in our group, and the first thing that came up was, first of all, I think everyone knows we have to trust Swami in whatever we do. Pray to Swami, take a first step. And when you do that, you will come to realize that, let's say, we have this thing where you're holding a rope, and all of a sudden, you realize that that rope is not a rope, but oh my God, it's a snake. What would you do? You would throw it right away, right? So that is what we have to do with undesirable habits. And this is, I'm just paraphrasing Swami again here. It's better to give away undesirable habits as soon as you realize that it is an undesirable habit. Because, the more you keep it, there is this thing, habit, H-A-B-I-T, if you give away H, it's still a bit, and it's still a bit, and then it still remains with you as you keep crossing off the letters of habit. So having said that, now I will go to the next part of the question. The next part of the question is are there some small steps to go about incrementally achieving this goal of giving up undesirable habits? Well, yes. So for instance, when we discussed in our group, we found out 2 things, which I'll quickly share. So if you can see, I have a paper in my hand, which is rolled. Okay, now how would you unroll it? You will kind of do it this way. Now how will you straighten it? It's very difficult because it still is this way. The best way Swami says, actually I'm just again paraphrasing Swami, is to roll it in the opposite direction. So one thing that you can actually do is to break a habit in a smaller step, try to do something opposite of what you're currently thinking of as an undesirable habit. Say you get angry very easily. It's a common thing, but take a step back, do some, drink some water, try the Soham meditation or something like that, which over a period of time, trust Swami and it will bring you out of it. Okay? And, there are many such as, let's say you're feeling low in life, you are feeling that, no, Swami, this is not where I want to be. Just go do some seva. Your perspective will change. So, you do something that is starkly opposite, and that will help you. Second example quickly is, you can also do something slowly or in steps. Let's say you want to wake up an hour early in your day-to-day life. You don't immediately start waking up 1 hour early because you will lose the habit. Make it 15 minutes, then go another 15 minutes. This kind of, if you do it in a prolonged way, is what will help you. But again, the key thing here is discipline and devotion towards Swami. One final thing I'll say, the question also asks, do you help in this regard, or are we pretty much on our own? Now, I personally feel that is never the case. There are a lot of examples where you earnestly have to ask Swami, and Swami will, you just have to take that first step. Like, we have been hearing this again and again and again. You take one step and Swami will be with you. Swami is there with you. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, everyone. I'm part of group 4. And the question that we had is, who does God help? Does he discriminate in who he helps? For example, does he help the wealthy and the rich first? And what attitude would Swami like us to have while serving when facing problems? And so according to the literature that we got with this question, what Swami says is, God responds to devotees in the same manner. His grace falls like rain on everyone. God does not differentiate his grace. It falls equally on all. So what prevents us from experiencing that grace, that blessing, differently from others? It really is our attitude that prevents us from absorbing God's grace. Our brother said, Yad bhavam tat bhavati, right? So as we think and as we feel, so is the outcome. And then Swami also says, when you have a problem, recognize that the problem that you're facing is like a bitter medicine that cures. And continue to do your duty with courage and know that God is with you. Swami also went on to say in another paragraph, a different quote, surrender is not weakness, it is strength born of faith. And so what are some of the things that we can do, we discussed in our group, to build that connection with Swami in the moments of trouble? So one of it is just practicing thinking of Swami as much as you can to really build a habit. So in times of trouble, you will automatically remember him so that you don't bear the burden, but he does. Another suggestion that our brother had that he actually does as a weekly practice, which was actually quite impressive to hear, was write your thoughts and questions down to Swami. And our brother shared that it helps to get the answer. So almost as you're writing down the question, in the next paragraph, you realize you have the answer. So with that, that covers what we discussed in our group. Thank you, Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Sai Ram. Our team
Sai
5
Ram.
has the questions about how do we try to remain steadfast in his and do his will. And the second question is, how can we stay strong in the faith and everything will be unfold according to his will? In times of doubt, how can we be continuous in his will and guiding everything? So our answers, we have good examples. One is under surrender, we have the goldsmith example. The gold, the more goldsmith softens and everything, we get more jewelry and ornament and more shiny. And on the other side of the dealing with the things, you do what you think is best for everybody, and God will help you, whatever you want to do. And the third point, we talked about the ocean and the rocks. Rocks will get so many waves, but rock never move anything. He takes all the abuse, but still stay still and think about God, what is God doing. God always does the best for us. We might be having doubts about it. We might be doing about some things. Sometimes we think about second thoughts. We cannot surrender. In certain situations, we might lose our faith, but always steadfast and stay strong, and God always will do the best for you. Whatever the situation is, whatever the condition is, whatever the lifespan is, God always will do the things. And like sometimes you want to do something and you want to do, but you may not like to do some things, but you do what is best for everybody else, not just for your interest. It's the other people also involved, and you do the best thing that's practice, always practice the patience and surrender to God. Most of our answers are be happy with what you want to do and do the best you can do. And then leave everything in God's will, and He will take care of you. And courage to accept the bad things and do the best that you can do. And every second of your life, God is always taking care of you. So you can hold on His feet forever and ever, and He will take care of you. Those are the things that we came up with, all our questions. And in times of doubt, this is how we have to do it, when we have to deal with it. And in times of strong will and strong power, everything will work out if you surrender to God. Thank you, Saira.
We were going to share this, so I surrendered, which worked out very well. So I'll leave it at that note, and thank you, Swami.
Saram, our question was, in a sales situation, how can we balance being intelligent and being humble? And more generally, at work or in the world, how to maintain humility and being humble while expressing or speaking intelligently? We found this to be a difficult question because, I don't need to tell you the importance of being humble and keeping humility for maintaining relationships with others and Swami, of course. But at the same time, I think to some degree we had a conversation about how closed mouths don't get fed. Anytime you attend an interview, you speak about yourself like you're the forefront expert on the matter and everything. So, and to get opportunities that you're seeking, that's important to some degree. So I'll tell you a little bit about what we spoke about, and then what Swami says on the matter as well. So to start, we were guided as a cornerstone by Swami's teaching. We started with, I think, the most basic of love all, serve all. And our conversation was that when we're driven by these core values of love all, serve all, automatically everything else will fall into line. But I think then one question came up of, even when you're helping someone, it's possible to come across as arrogant, intelligent, and the reasons for helping someone has to be there. And then the analogy was brought about of a torn shirt. When you look in the mirror, it's very clear my shirt is torn. I need to go change it and wear something else. But when I'm not being humble. There's no mirror that tells me you're not being humble. So that goes back to what we heard earlier today during the speech about building a relationship with Swami. But also, the crux, a second crux, which is purpose. In every conversation you're having in the workplace, with your family, etc., we decided that I think purpose is the biggest driving factor between an arrogant kind of loser and someone who's having their opinions heard, expressing themselves in a confident and cogent way, and still loved by the people around them. So if your purpose is there and you're there to truly move the team forward and maybe advance yourself, then speak as intelligently as you want, because you're speaking as a vessel for Swami. And we also came down to talking about ego as well. As soon as you realize that you're 1 in 8 billion, and even out of the field you're in, you're 1 in 100 million, you realize that what you have to say isn't that important. And no matter how intelligent you think you are, I think there's always someone smarter out there. And on the matter, Swami says in Vidyavahini 18, education promotes humility. So when you're educated on the matter, you realize how much there is to know and how much little I know. Develop humility, and you have good to learn from others. Even sometimes a pre-SSC kid will say like a very intelligent point, maybe voiced in like a weird way, but we can always learn from others. And of course, last but not least, people without humility and disciplines in dealings with others are certain to be counted out as a scholar or a pundit, no matter what sciences they have mastered or how famous they are as intellectuals. Such people will not be honored by society. They may win respect for some time, but that attitude will decline pretty soon. So yeah, thank you.
Sairam everyone. We got this question, our group got, I am striving to internalize his teachings to be the best version of myself, but my vasanas or tendencies from several births seem to have a stronger influence. What has Swami said about overcoming those vasanas to allow the purity to shine through? So our group of 8 people, we discussed a lot. So starting off with me, I started off saying that, first of all, to recognize what is your problem. The tendency itself is the key, awareness of what the problem is. And then the group went on with such a beautiful points, like I'm going to cover the highlights of what each of them covered. Maybe I won't be able to go in deep. There were so many good things shared by them. So some of them were like opening your problem to everyone or someone who can help you with it. That will be one first step one can take. And being with the good company can help you automatically learn from good people around you. You are somebody of 3 or 4 friends you have is saying we have been hearing from very young, right? So that is something which also was one of the key highlights. And then to contemplate and to go to good satsangs wherever such kind of discussions are happening. So even that will help was one of the other key highlights or some summary points. And they were very interesting points brought out by some of the senior brothers and sisters. You are instrument of Swami, so please don't overthink. Even if you have a bad habit, maybe Swami wants to utilize it in some way or the other. You never know what the purpose of that habit was given to you. So that was a reframing of their thought process towards the problem itself or the tendency one has. And be compassionate to yourself is one more thing. Like they said that don't obsess on that tendency of yours. Sometimes it might make it stronger and you might beat yourself, but you might not find a solution. So be nice to yourself, and slowly, and it will just fade away by itself was one of the nice points to hear. And there were some very beautiful experiences shared by one of one of the aunties here. So how to break a habit as simple as jealousy. She was trying to overcome that. So someone from her family was also Swami's. I mean, I think it was her husband himself gave her a good advice. That say, for example, we are jealous of something. So to praise them is the first step you should take, like to overcome that jealousy. You need to appreciate others so that it starts it changes something about yourself. So that was a key point, another point. And yeah, and there was something like how to control senses and such kind of examples also were highlighted. In that, gratitude towards what we have, recognizing what we have is something recognizing how people can be happy with simple things, like how one laddu prasadam can bring a smile on a little girl's face. All small things can teach you big lessons is what one of the speaker has shared. And finally, when we summarized, what we summarized was like to practice anything, to break or make a habit, it takes at least 30 days. So, first, like how I brought the points up, like how to open to good company and, talking about your problem. You also need to practice to break the habit of whatever we acquire over the time. We need to work on it as well. It's not that we just know and it's enough. So, and I think Swami's answer also kind of comes down to that. He said that he quoted Gita where he talked about the discipline and duty of oneself, and also constant practice and training, and planned self-effort. It's not just self-effort, it's planned. You need to plan to get rid of certain tendencies. And also it is very, also pray vitally fruitful. So what is more vitally fruitful than the prayer that pleads for saving the mind from sinward tendencies? So prayer is the answer. Like you can pray and surrender to Swami to get rid of tendencies as well. So this was the summary of what we discussed in our group. I hope I covered all the points. Sai Ram.
Sairam, everyone. So the question is, last but not the least, is how do we practice Swami's teachings in current society where there is unrighteousness everywhere? How do we handle political societal ignorance and arrogance? Well, we had an interesting discussion. So we had a few scenarios. One is you see two individuals involved and there is harassment happening. So the question was, what do we do? That's happening in your immediate circle. What we all come together was that you don't get emotionally or personally involved. As a responsible citizen, what you're supposed to do is probably call the authorities. Because you're saying something is not right, something is not right or not unrighteous, then you respond by calling the authorities. Now, the righteousness is not gauging others based on the righteousness or unrighteousness. It is for our own, it's our own gauge as to how we practice the righteousness based on Swami's teachings. So if you look at all the scenarios, situations, it all boils down to one thing. How are we practicing righteousness? And also, it's not necessarily being right, but doing the right thing. Sometimes doing the right thing may not seem like you're being right, but it is the moment or that the inner voice is guiding you. Inner voice is nothing but Swami who is guiding you to do the right thing. A few other things that was mentioned is your own self-realization is the best help you can do to the society. And just being silent sometimes helps, sometimes not. So you all always have to dive deep into your consciousness, and it is not one size fits all. every situation requires contemplation and retrospection and seeking Swami's guidance. Play your part, seek Swami's guidance, and do the right thing. And one thing I really love about this is that in every situation, there is Swami's reference, Swami's literature, Swami's discourse. So Swami got all the angles covered. With that, Jai Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, everyone. Thanks so much for this extremely engaging and wonderful discussion and the debrief as well. Really like to thank many of those facilitators who volunteered their time and for the very first time that they are doing this, and my special thanks to those first-timers. Sai Ram. We had promised that all these answers will be available to everyone on the website. So we will requesting all the facilitators to keep track of these answers as well as what was shared today. And I will get in touch with you so that we'll compile them and forward them to Brother Sunil. And again, with this, my humble pranams and gratitude to dear Swami and all of you who participated in this. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Thank you, Brother Mohan Srinivasan, for facilitating the facilitators. It was a really interesting, it was interesting to sit through all of the debriefs because Swami's words came through every corner. Thank you, Swami, for your divine inspiration always. And I am going to take this in my hands because it's doing that little lean thing. And, it's going to be that. Okay, Sai Ram. So, I'm just going to quickly go over what's going to happen for the rest of the evening so that we are just mentally and physically prepared. We will, Sai Ram, we will have dinner. Dinner has started at 5:15. As you know, they're very strict on timing, so I would encourage all of us to leave the hall after the food prayer and walk directly to the dining room for dinner. Dinner will go until 6:15. So as long as we're served before 6:15, we're good to go. It's a good amount of time. Then couple things happen. We come back here, 6:30, and there will be, we'll refocus with a couple of bhajans like we did in the morning, and then we'll have Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam address us again for about 90 minutes. Then we will all step out into the breezeway, and we will have a glass of water, we will relax for a bit. The YAs will need some time to reconfigure this room quickly, especially move the chairs. And then we will come back to a YA offering, which is going to be a play. So that will be two beautiful events this evening. One, a talk by our esteemed speaker, Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam, and then a quick break where the YAs reconfigure the room, and then there'll be a YA play, and then we'll end with closing prayers. Are we ready for the evening? All tuned in? Yes, no spot quizzes this time. Okay, great. Shall we just close with the food prayer? Oh, we can do it here. Om Brahmarpanam Brahmahavir Brahmagnau Brahmanahutam Brahmaivatena Gantavyam Brahmakarma Samadhina Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Praninam Deham Ashritaha Pranapana Samayuktaha Pachamyannam Chaturvidam Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. O Lord, thou art the food, thou art the enjoyer of the food, thou art the giver and the preparer of the food. Along with the inward and outward breaths, you are the digestive fire that digests all types of food. We offer to you all that we consume. Om, peace, peace, peace. 5:15 to 6:15, dinner over there, dining room. 6:30 to 8, back here for Dr. Sanjay Mahalingam's talk. 8 to 9, YA offering, and close. Sai Ram. Sairam.
Testing, testing. Om Saram, Om Saram, Om Saram. Om Saram. Anish.
Sunil, 3 times each? 3 times. Oh, that one. Anisha. I'm plugged in, but I don't hear it. I'm plugged in, but I don't hear it. This is one that Ratish gave me earlier. You need to unmute it. Take the DI box out. No, it won't go there. Take the DI box. Is it 6:30? Yeah.
ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
जय देवी दुर्गा गौरी शंकरी पार्वती
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 भुवन मोहिनी ललित लक्ष्मी कलावती
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 जय देवी दुर्गा गौरी शंकरी पार्वती
जय देवी दुर्गा गौरी शंकरी पार्वती
कमल कामिनी हरि नारायणी भगवती
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 वेद माता विद्यादायिनी भारती
वेद माता विद्यादायिनी भारती
वेद माता विद्यादायिनी भारती
वेद माता विद्यादायिनी भारती
हंसवाहिनी वीणपाणि सरस्वती
हंसवाहिनी वीणपाणि सरस्वती
हंसवाहिनी वीणपाणि सरस्वती
हंसवाहिनी वीणपाणि सरस्वती
जय देवी दुर्गा गौरी शंकरी पार्वती भुवन मोहिनी ललित लक्ष्मी कलावती जय देवी दुर्गा गौरी शंकरी पार्वती कमल कामिनी हरि नारायणी भगवती
कमल कामिनी हरि नारायणी भगवती
वेद माता विद्यादायिनी भारती
माता विद्यादायिनी भारती
हंसवाहिनी वीणपाणि सरस्वती
हंसवाहिनी वीणपाणि सरस्वती
हंसवाहिनी वीणपाणि सरस्वती
हंसवाहिनी वीणपाणि सरस्वती
जय देवी गौरी शंकरी पार्वती
जय हो आंजनेया
जय हो आंजनेया
जय हो आंजनेया
जय हो आंजनेया
पवन कुमार
जय हो आंजनेय
मारुतिराय आञ्जनेय
मारुतिराय आंजनेय
मारुतिराय आञ्जनेय
मारुतिराय आंजनेय
अतिबल भीमाञ्जनेय
अतिबल भीमांजनेय
अतिबल
अतिबल
भीमाञ्जनेय
भीमांजनेय
श्रीरामदूत आञ्जनेय
श्रीरामदूत आंजनेय
साई रामदूत आञ्जनेय
साई रामदूत आंजनेय
साई रामदूत आञ्जनेय
शरणं शरणं आंजनेय
शरणं शरणं आञ्जनेय
शरणं 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 आंजनेय
शरणं 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 आञ्जनेय
जय हो आंजनेय
जय हो आञ्जनेय
पवन कुमार आंजनेय
पवन कुमार आञ्जनेय
जय हो आंजनेय
जय हो आञ्जनेय
मारुतिराय आंजनेय
मारुतिराय आञ्जनेय
अतिबल भीमांजनेय
अतिबल भीमाञ्जनेय
श्रीरामदूत आंजनेय
श्रीरामदूत आञ्जनेय
रामदूत आंजनेय
साई रामदूत आञ्जनेय
शरणं शरणं आंजनेय
शरणं शरणं आञ्जनेय
शरणं 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 आंजनेय
शरणं 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 आञ्जनेय
जय हो आंजनेय
आञ्जनेय
जय हो आंजनेय
जय हो आञ्जनेय जय हो आञ्जनेय जय हो आञ्जनेय
जय हो आंजनेय
हो आञ्जनेय
जय हो आंजनेय
जय हो आञ्जनेय
जय हो आंजनेय
जय हो आञ्जनेय
जय हो आंजनेय
जय हो आञ्जनेय
शरणं शरणं आंजनेय
God is in the sanctuary.
God is in the sanctuary.
In the valley low.
God is in the valley low.
God is on the mountaintop.
God is on the mountaintop.
God is everywhere I go.
God is everywhere.
Together, I said, yeah, 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 yeah. God is. Said, yeah, 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 yeah. God is. God is in the sanctuary.
God is in the sanctuary.
God is in the valley low.
God is in the valley low.
God is on the mountaintop.
God is on
mountain top.
God is everywhere I go.
God is everywhere I go.
Said yeah, 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 yeah. God is. Said yeah, 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 yeah. God is. Here we go. God is in the sanctuary.
God is in the sanctuary.
God is in the valley low.
God is in the valley low.
God is on the mountaintop.
God is on the mountain top.
God is everywhere I go.
God is everywhere I go.
Said yeah, 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 yeah. God is. Said yeah, 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 yeah. God is. 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 God is.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Sairam, everyone. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a nice dinner. Can I hear a Sairam? One more time. Sairam. Another time. Sairam. Okay. So we had a wonderful satsang with brother this morning, and he really focused upon like how Swami is within us, and also how Swami transcends time, and he shared his personal experience. I'm sure you're waiting to hear more from him. So I kindly call upon Brother Sanjay Mahalingam to the podium for the next session. Sairam.
Offering our loving salutations to Swami. Shall we start? Everybody settle down. So this will be a largely practical session where we will be making an actual inner movement. So the only challenge for all of us is to remain awake. It's a solid 7:15 a.m. for me. So I am be fully awake. Okay? The challenge is for all of you after a sumptuous dinner, and the digestive juices are just starting their function inside, and all the energy is going to the stomach to pull it upwards and keep it here, to remain awake. That's a serious challenge. So try your best to be awake. Then aware. Okay? Sleep is not meditation. It is close to it, but it is not. Nobody ever got up from sleep enlightened. Ever. In the history of human race, from meditation people got up enlightened. No Buddha ever got up from sleep and said, "Yay, I got it." Sleep can only give rest. It cannot create transformation. Awareness is an essential ingredient of transformation. Okay? It is in fact what they say in mathematics. It is a necessary and sufficient condition. Awareness. So we have to remain awake. Because in this session, off and on, we'll be closing our eyes. Okay? So, you see, there are two ways to experience truth. One is knowing, and the other is directly touching truth. Touching is a word I am using loosely here, means directly becoming one with the truth. And it is something beyond perception, and you just know it. See, for example, fire is hot. If someone who has never touched fire and you have to explain to them what it means, the heat of fire, what does it mean? We can use the most flamboyant language, descriptive adjectives, and somehow try to communicate to them what is heat and what is fire. Some they may get also, but it will be largely assumptions. You are saying something, they are understanding something, and truth gets completely distorted. The nature of truth is, the moment truth is spoken, it is already distorted. Whoever great they may be, including our beloved Swami, however great the master may be, however great an avatar may be, the moment they have opened their mouth to speak about truth and you have opened your ears to hear it, already what you are receiving is not truth. It is only knowing, knowledge, understanding. Those words you may use to dig into truth, but it is not truth. This is 100% true. That is why Swami says, develop inner silence. Then in that inner silence, when the two tango, when my inner silence resonates with Swami's inner silence, in that moment, without any doing, truth gets transmitted. And a clarity, a realization blossoms in our heart. So, the best way to know fire is just to touch it. No knowledge, no language, no words. Instantly you will know, so this is what it means, the heat of fire. So, when we sublimate our inner chatter, and in our silence of our hearts, when we are able to touch the Guru's heart, what we can gather or what we can create within ourselves, 10,000 discourses and speeches cannot create that for you. I am 100% telling you, you can go and live with Swami. 24 hours he can speak to you about truth for 100 years, non-stop. The great Swami, 24 hours, 100 years, if he speaks to you about truth, this much also we will not get. Because it is the nature of truth. It does not lend itself to communicating through words. Those words, if it creates silence in us, then it can happen. So that is what we are going to do today. We are going to try to touch Swami. Now, how do we make the inner movement? Anyone? Okay, it's a googly. We make the inner movement by making the inner movement. That's all there is to understand. Because if you are thinking some very great answer is going to come, we move inwards by moving inwards. There is no other way. There is nothing complicated about it. We complicate it because our mind wants to reason everything, make sense of everything, understand everything. It wants to grasp everything. And then it says, once I'm fully got it, then I will go within. It is a trap. Going within is simply going within. There is nothing to be understood here, nothing to be done. It's a simple turning of attention inward, going beyond the 5 senses, which is hearing, seeing, smelling, tasting, and touching. And directly going within, we will use one method to go within today. You heard the bhajan, right? Jap dhyan bina sanyog nahi. Jap dhyan bina sanyog nahi. So today we will do japa. Tomorrow we will do what is the greatest meditation or dhyana ever known to man? The most direct, most graceful, elegant, powerful way to create dhyana inside ourselves. We'll discuss that tomorrow. Today we'll do the first half of Japa Dhyana Bina Sanyog Nahi. There is no oneness without Japa and Dhyana. Sanyog means, mergence or oneness or, the meeting point. So, now Japam we all know what we usually call Namasmarana. Okay? Actually, I will tell you one small thing. My grandfather, he passed away in 2017. Swami was very fond of him. Very, very fond of him. And, but he, as a person, in all his life, he would never even have closed his eyes for 5 minutes. Ever. Okay? I myself have known him for almost 35 years of my life. Not 5 minutes, 5 seconds also, he would never have closed his eyes, which means he is not a man given to spiritual practices as we understand. Be it japam or meditation or anything, he won't close. He will just, like Swami, he will hang around in the veranda, Swami would speak to him, give him importance, and he enjoyed that. About 3 months before his passing, suddenly on his own, he started doing Namasmarana. He started writing in the book. Om Shri Sai Ram, Om Shri Sai Ram, Om Shri Sai Ram, Om Shri Sai Ram. Like a madman, he started writing. Book after book, he started finishing. Like an obsessed person, he started writing. And when he's not writing, his hands will get tired, his lips will be moving. Om Shri Sai Ram. And when lips are not moving, you can look at the person and say he's not here, he's chanting. 3 months, he did that. Then 3 days before he passed away, he stopped eating, he stopped drinking water, everything he stopped. He was still erect, he was still sitting. He was not bedridden even for a single day. Just the last few hours of his life. And non-stop he was in the mind. His eyes had sunk, his body was shrinking, but Om Shri Sai Ram, he'll be going on. And one day, evening, suddenly he looked at the door and he couldn't contain his joy and smile and everything. And after 5 minutes, he said to my mom and dad with whom he was living, he said, Swami came. Very calmly he said. He told tomorrow 7 p.m. he's coming to take me. Swami came and told tomorrow 7 p.m. he's coming to take me. And we just thought, hallucinations of a man who is almost gone, No, he said, okay. Then next day, around 6:45, 6:50. That morning he was completely bedridden. He was in his bed. And 6:45, 6:50, we completely forgot about it. And my mom went and asked him, will you eat something? He had become he was not even able to speak. And he just kept Swami's calendar in the room and he just kept looking at it and smiling. And my mom said, okay, wait, I'll make one dosa and get for you. She herself decided, So she went and made dosa. And she came, it was around 7:10. And he was gone. That's all. So, just 3 months of Namasmarana. And Swami said, I will come tomorrow and I'm coming tomorrow at 7 p.m. And he came at 7 p.m. I don't know 7 p.m., maybe here and there a few minutes, but he came. Just 3 months of Namasmarana. That's how much we can draw Swami to us if it is done in a way. Now, Namasmarana, we all know it's simple, Smarana of the Nama, which means remembering the name, but there are powerful ways of doing it. We will explore some ways today. So, many years back, 2012, 13, I used to chant lot of Gayatri Mantram. Om Bhur Bhuswa Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naf Prachodayat. But then after that, I left. I was more into meditation and self-inquiry, which we will see tomorrow. About 1.5 years back, it was February 2024, I was on a mountain trek, on a high altitude trek in India. In West Bengal, we were trying to summit the highest peak in West Bengal. It's called Sandakphu. It's a 14,000 feet trek. So it's a 6-day trek. You trek, then you pitch your tent, and then you again trek, pitch, tent, trek, pitch, trek, and you reach 14,000 feet and you start coming down. So it's a trek that goes to India, Nepal. It goes like this, it snakes its way to. But the second or third day of the trek, Swami came in my dream. And he said, I want you to chant. I said, Swami, why suddenly, I'm very happy with what I'm doing. Swami said, no, you chant. Then he gave me a mantram also. You chant this. Then I said, okay, Swami, I will go back to Parthi and I will chant. Swami said, no, start immediately. Then I said, Swami, it's a trek, I haven't showered for 3 days and, I'll go home, Parthi, and I'll break a coconut. I just want to delay it. I'll break a coconut in front of Ganesha, then I will start. Swami said, no, start immediately and chant for 2 months. This mantra you chant for 2 months. Then I put my last Brahmastra. Swami, but there is no japmala. So I said, you arrange me a japmala, I will chant. This is what I told in the dream. You arrange me a japmala, 108 beats, so that I can keep count, So you do it and I will. Swami said, okay. So I thought in my mind, I woke up, I thought I'll go home, Parthi, I'll go to a shop, buy a japmala, and then I will start. Still 5-6 days are there to reach Parthi. So then next day morning, we all got up, finished our breakfast, did our warm-ups, everything, and we got all our backpacks ready and all our trekking poles and everything and shoe tied and everything. We are about to start our day's trek. And our trek leader said, so that was a small tea house run by Tibetans at around 11,800, 12,000 feet above sea level. Their water, food also, it's very hard to carry. You just have to do with potatoes, bread and Maggi, which will come on mules. Mules will carry, and that's how, and there is no electricity. Anyway, you don't need it, so cold. There is no electricity, nothing. Water is heated on firewood. So it's that kind of a remote place, no electricity, food and water is scarce, and that is the place. And my trek leader said, these are poor Tibetans. Just before you're going, they have kept some keychains and souvenirs and all. If you want to pick up something for your home, you can pick up, it also helped them. So we all went, the usual Om Mani Padme Hum shawls, scarves, the keychains, everything. And there I see 2 japmalas are sitting. Each was 200 rupees. And I said, my God, look at this fellow. At 14,000 feet, he arranged japmala. Means he's really serious. Because I told Swami, arrange japmala, I will start. Where food and water cannot reach, he managed to create a japmala, readily sitting. And my trek, nobody is interested in the japmala. They all want keychains and Buddha photos and magnets and all that. So just 2 were lying just like that. I paid 200 rupees, I took the japmala. Now there was no escape. And I started chanting. And I kept myself a strict target, like I should finish 1,008 malas within 2 months. So I roughly calculated it to take me around, you calculate back, 2 to 3 hours of minimum I had to chant every day. So I did that, I successfully completed. When I was just about to complete, something magical happened in my life. And a whole new universe of spirituality opened up to me. And I realized why Swami wanted me to chant. Now, what is that? That I cannot share. It's between me and Swami. It's very personal, what happened to me. But something so amazing happened that I realized why Swami was so insistent chant for 2 months. And the mantram was Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. That's what he gave me. We can chant anything, Om Shri Sai Ram, Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. We can pick any mantram, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namo Narayanaya. If you are of Vaishnavite persuasion, then there is a very, very beautiful revealed mantra I would like to share with you openly. If it attracts you, if you are into Krishna, this is a very, very powerful mantram. Shri Vitthala Giridhari Parabrahmane Namaha. If that attracts you, you can chant that. Or you can just go for the Om Shri Sai Ram, any mantra. Or Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namo Narayanaya. All these are famous mantrams. They cannot go wrong. Now, so why I am saying this is, today we will use Japam to go within and try to touch Swami directly. Shall we do that? Can we remain awake during that process, or is it asking too much after dinner? Okay. We will do different kinds of namasmarana. Let us say 7 minutes. That's why I'm having my phone. I'll time it. 7 minutes we will do just to get it. Slowly we will increase the intensity and the complexity of it. Now namasmarana, just simply writing or chanting itself is very powerful. But I am telling you, okay, this one promise I make to you. Morning, today and tomorrow. Every sentence or every word I utter, it will be from my direct experience. If it is not in my experience, I will not speak about it. I am not saying anything because I have read it in a book or someone else told me. Somebody may have told me, but I have tested it out. So namasmarana is of very many kinds, but certain ways if it is done, its power becomes manifold. Okay? So like in a certain way if we do, then once saying the name is equivalent to saying it 1,000 times in a different way. So if we are anyway doing it, let us do it deeply and let us do it properly in a way that the name creates deep shifts within us and opens us to Swami's grace, Swami's touch. And his touch, one touch will finish lifetimes of evolution, it will take care. One touch from Swami is equivalent to lifetimes of tapas. Lifetimes of sitting in a cave and meditating, one touch of Swami is equal to that. Touch means I don't mean the physical touch. Huh? Physical touch se kuch nahi hoga. You can go and sit on his lap also. Nothing. When Swami told, this mosquito is biting me, drinking my blood. Is anything closer to me than this? He told. Anything, any farm boy has ever gotten closer than that? It is sitting and drinking Swami's blood. Is it getting enlightened? Or is it any more fortunate than other mosquitoes? We might like to think it is, but it is not. The same hemoglobin it is getting. It's not a fortunate mosquito. It's still a mosquito. And it's not going to evolve just because it is close to Swami. So as Swami used to say, nearness is not dearness. So dearness comes when we can unite our heart with Swami. We all know this. I'm not saying any great new thing. So any method we use, after that 1 minute, we will sit in silence. And that silence is very important. In that silence, I open up myself to the grace and the touch of whatever name I am chanting. Okay? So that's that silence. So it's an important silence. We just don't chant and then get up and get on with life. We chant and we sit for about 30 seconds, 1 minute in silence, and allow the grace to percolate and to descend and allow it to do its magic. Okay? Is this session boring? No, I'm honestly asking. Interesting, right? We can continue this way, no? Because see, we have established Swami is great. You all agree? That's why we are here, no? Now what about it? He is great, fine. But when will I realize that I am made in his image? And I will walk as a mini Swami on the planet. You know? When will I realize that only his feet is not lotus feet? This feet also is lotus feet only. So that is what we have to, knowing to being Sai. All right. So what we will do now is, because I have chanted this mantra, I will continue with this mantra. Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. After this session, you can use any mantra for yourself. I also personally very much like Shri Vittala Giridhari Parabrahmane Namaha. I just absolutely, if you chant this mantra, I promise you this. If you chant it enough, within 3 days, you will have some sign from Vittala. I promise you this. You'll see this. Okay? Means you have to chant it enough, in a way. Some sign will come. Like you'll be walking, suddenly one car will go with his picture, and you would have never seen such a thing in California. Okay? And suddenly you will be walking and you will hear some Vittala bhajan in a most unexpected way. Like what you would not at all consider usual. Guarantee it will happen. All right? Some way he will show you within 3 days that he's such an accessible being that he will show you that I have accepted. I know you are doing this, and here is my proof that I have accepted it. So you could try this, Shri Vittala Giridhari Parabrahmane Namaha. But today, because we are all of a certain fraternity under Swami's divine umbrella, we will stick to Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. So the first simple Namasmrana we are going to do is we are going to simply chant it aloud. In a certain intonation, with a certain volume, we will go on chanting Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Simple, we will chant like this. Because we're chanting it loud, it's slightly more difficult to do it for 7 minutes. I will reduce the time a little bit. We will close our eyes now. When we are doing this, first step, don't try to imagine, visualize Swami's picture, nothing. As we are chanting Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha, try to simply stay with the sound of the chant. Now, if we are in love with someone, devotion is love. What is the one certain proof? Tell me. If I love my husband, my wife, my father, mother, brother, sister, girlfriend, boyfriend, what is the definite proof? One thing is definitely certain to happen if I love someone deeply. Sorry? Patience. No. With the people we love? Sacrifice is good, very good. First thing, before even sacrifice, they become big in our life. They are big in our life. Isn't it? People we love, they are big. Which means what? Big means our thoughts gravitate towards them, our attention gravitates towards them, we think of them more often, we want to be with them. In some way or the other, they are big in our life. So we have to make Swami bigger in our life. And when Swami becomes bigger in our life, I will become smaller in my life. This is how the ego or the individuality slowly becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, finally dissolves in the essence of what Swami is. By making him bigger and bigger in my own life, I become smaller and smaller in my life. So the yogic way of doing it is engaging the inner senses at Swami's feet. Okay? So what are the inner senses? Just like there's an eye to see outside, there is an inner eye. Just like there's an ear to hear outside sounds, there is an inner ear. Okay, there is Shravanam and Drishtam and everything within us, actually. So the more we engage our inner senses to Swami, the more and more Swami will become big in our life. This is guaranteed. This is scientifically, neurologically, it can be proven. Even a neuroscientist cannot disagree with this. From brain science, I can prove this. If I had half an hour, we can actually study the way the brain has evolved and the way the brain actually works. This is not spirituality, pure neurology and brain science. Okay? If we see anything constantly the brain engages, it will become bigger and bigger and bigger in our consciousness. So we're going to engage all the inner senses today, one by one by one. Finally, the breath, prana. So we'll start with the sound. So now that we're chanting Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha, all we will do is remain aware. Don't complicate it. Just remain aware of the sound of Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane. The sound that I am only generating from my throat, I'm just going to be aware and just stay with the sound of the mantra. This is what we will do. Okay? For ladies, is this pitch okay? Is it too high? Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. This is something you can reach, that octave? Okay. All right. So I will time us. Okay? We will simply start. And and after that, for about 30 seconds to 1 minute, we will remain absolutely silent, staying in the reverberation of the Nama. Just staying in the reverberation of the mantra. Okay? Doing nothing. Nothing. Keep it simple. Very simple and very elegant. No complication. All right? Okay. We'll start. I will start. And when I stop, you also stop. Okay? Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. 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 Please continue. Completely merge with the sound. Bring your full attention to the sound. Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. 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 Okay, we will stop now. Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Stay in absolute silence and stay in the reverberation of the name. Now we will do a more powerful, deeper kind of chanting. In this chanting, now we are going to chant without any physical movement of any kind. No movement of even the lips or the tongue. Okay? One middle one I am skipping. The another way of doing it is moving your lips without sound. This is one way, but we will skip that. We will directly jump to a deeper way where nothing will move. Just in your mind, you will repeat the mantram Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha, where now there is only inner hearing of the mantram. From the physical hearing, we are going to the inner hearing. Are you all with me? It's not complicated. It is very simple. Now we just chanted Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. We know how it sounds. Now we're going to repeat it in our mind without moving our lips, without moving our tongue. Nothing will move inside. We are simply going to hear the mantram within us. It's our inner ear. Now this is all. I cannot beyond this guide you. Okay? Now you're on your own. So another 3-4 minutes, we are going to do inner hearing of the mantram, inner shravanam. Okay? Are you all still awake? 3-4 are drifting in and out. I know. Dinner effect, also very hard work. It's very tiring, I understand, especially some of those who are involved in a lot of work. But can we continue? Yes? Do you need to stretch or anything like that? No? You're all good? Okay. All right. So we will do now inner hearing. Again, you see, remember we are trying to make Swami bigger inside ourselves, which means we are trying to make ourselves smaller. And we make ourselves smaller by totally putting ourselves aside. For the next 3 to 4 minutes, it doesn't matter what happens to me. I live or die. I fail or succeed. I am rich or poor, sick or healthy, dead or alive. It doesn't matter. I don't matter. We make ourselves very small. By making ourselves very small, we make Swami big in ourselves. जब हरि था तो मैं नहीं, अब मैं हूं तो हरि नहीं. Kabir Das sang like that, you know. When God is there, I am not. When I am, God is not. So we make God bigger in our life by making ourselves smaller inside ourselves. And we make ourselves smaller by removing the question, what's in it for me? What about me? This question we put aside, instantly Vairagya comes. And then we become small inside ourselves, and then we create space for Swami to become big in ourselves. So as we do this, just 3-4 minutes, put aside everything that is about you. In you, that's you, put it aside. Whatever the concerns, worries, joys, pleasure, pain, yesterday, today, tomorrow, the whole story, we put it aside and stay with the Nama, completely stay with the Japam, and we are going to hear the mantram inside. Okay? So we will start. Whenever I say you start, we will close our eyes, because you're starting, it's best to keep eyes closed. Eventually, there is no need to keep eyes closed. But we will start with eyes closed, sitting erect. It's important to sit erect. Yes. Comfortably erect. Not so erect that your back starts to hurt, but not slouching either. And we are now just going to chant the mantram inwardly. Remember, no physical movement of any part of the body, just the chanting, and we're going to give full attention to the sound of the mantram inside ourselves, and we will start now. Stay awake and aware and fully let your mind get absorbed in the inner hearing of the name. Okay. Open your eyes. Thank you. This session is till 8, no? 8 o'clock? Okay. So I just want to hear from some of you. Anyone who could just remain absorbed in the inner sound of the mantra. How does it feel? Anything, anyone, whatever. Okay, okay. Yes. Thank you. All right. Anyone else? You don't. That answer need not be the same answer. Sorry? Harder than the first time? Exactly. It has to be. Because your inner senses are now asking to be focused. So it will get slightly, because it is harder, it's also more powerful. And when we become more adept at this, it will have a tremendously transformative impact. In fact, we have yet only scratched the surface. We will do 2-3 more methods, each more powerful than the one. And finally, the last method we will do, complete integration of your whole being will happen with the nama. Everything in you will be one with the name. We will do it in the end. Okay. So again, I persuade you or recommend strongly that for the next 15-20 minutes, forget your body, forget your mind, forget thought. You know what is the biggest attachment? There is only one attachment in the world. Anyone who has ever meditated will know this. Attachment to people, to close loved ones, attachment to wealth, attachment to property. What is the single biggest attachment, which is the mother of all attachment? Attachment to thought. Attachment to thought. That is the biggest attachment. In fact, it is the only attachment. I am not saying this. Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharishi said this. There is only one real attachment to thought. So we will today give up that also as much as possible. Don't put any pressure on yourself, but very lovingly and joyfully, we will merge more and more in the name as we go deeper and deeper the method. Okay? Can we project that picture? Okay. Oh, can it be zoomed in? Like, can it be made larger? Can everybody see, especially in the last row? I mean, if you have glasses, you can put them on. So that's my favorite picture. You may have another favorite picture of Swami of yours. You can take out your phone if you have it in your phone. Or you can use this picture. It's quite beautiful picture. Very beautiful, actually. Very powerful picture. But that's what I used for 2 months. Okay, so you could Google it, and if you just say Satya Sai Baba, Google will probably, it'll be one of the first few images, a highly used popular image. So it'll pop up on your screen. So now what we're going to do is, you can use the one on the screen, or you can use this, or you can use something on your phone. Now, we are not going to chant now. We're going to look at that picture physically. Open your eyes, look at it fully well. Photograph it with your physical eyes, and then we are going to close our eyes, and then through the inner eye, you are going to, as clearly as possible, reproduce that form in the inner eye. Is that clear? Simple, nothing. Basically, you're going to see it with open eyes, and then you're going to see the same picture with closed eyes. Now, this is the thing. When the closed eye seeing starts to become blurred, or other things start to come, immediately open your eyes, again focus on the picture, fully photograph it, and close your eyes and see the picture with your inner eye. For some people, it may be 5 to 10 seconds you can see. For some people, it may be 1 minute, 2 minutes. Nobody will exceed 2 minutes, surely, now, at this stage. Okay? So, the idea is to be able to see the picture of your Ishta, or whosoever name you're chanting, if it is Krishna, Shiva, Swami, or anyone else, to be able to clearly see through the inner eye the form. Okay? So how do we do this? You're going to see this, nicely see. Okay? Don't have any shortcuts. See it thoroughly. And then, like I can see this gentleman sitting here. I look at him fully and I close my eyes. Now I am seeing him. As if my eyes are open. So clearly I am seeing him. I am recreating him in my mind's eye. And now he is becoming little blurred for me. So I look at him again. And again I close my eyes and see him. So we will continue this on your own. We'll do for 5 minutes. As many times you need to open your eyes open. But the idea is to slightly elongate the inner seeing. Okay? We are going to elongate the inner seeing. So first, if it is 5 seconds, try to make it 8 seconds, try to make it 30 seconds, and so that we have to open our eyes lesser and lesser. Are the instructions very clear? You do what I am saying for 3 months. And then you tell me, I will leave my phone number at the end of the session, and you tell me if your life hasn't changed. You tell me if your love is not overflowing for Swami in a way that it will almost start to drive you crazy. You'll be madly in love, literally. And in this love, you will not fall in love. You will rise in love. You will rise in love with Swami. And this is how we love is a discipline. We think love is some mumbo-jumbo sentimentality. It's not. The greatest devotees were great yogis. I will just digress a little bit. Recently, I went to we have this image, from books and all, that Mirabai was just singing and crying for Krishna. What a great yogi she was. Recently, I went to Pandharpur. I was there for a month, okay? And I was just going around, and I went to this place called, you must have heard Janabai. Okay, Janabai was a great devotee of Pandharpur Vithala. Her story is just stunning. If I go into that story, it will become half an hour. All of us will be in tears. Such an incredible devotee. Okay, always chanting the name. But then there is a huge complex called Janabai Ka Sansar. Means it is the actual place where Janabai lived and worked. And I went to that temple. You know what? In the middle of the temple, there is a deep cave. And today now they have tiled it and they put steps and all. Even now you have to crawl and crouch and go into it. And it's like 7 feet you go under there. There is a cave, underground, basically underground hole. It seems Janabai will finish all her cooking, cleaning, everything. And hours she'll sit inside the cave, meditating on Vithala. So we think these devotees are all just, some mumbo-jumbo crying for God and writing books. No, they are great yogis. Love is a discipline. So, to get a love like Radha and Gopika, they have done disciplined tapas over lifetimes. So if you have that kind of a love today for Swami, which means what? We all think we have, but very few of us have. Okay? Where I am so madly in love with Swami that I have to stop myself thinking about him. Most of us have to start thinking about him. Okay, I'm going to think of Swami now. No, if my love is so mad, like I am so madly in love with Swami that I have to somehow pray to Swami, Swami, stop, let me do my work. Stop coming in my mind. Can I please get some work done? I need to earn my living. I need to earn my bread. Can you please stay away from me? That kind of a mad love, if any one of you has, then you are sitting in the wrong place. Okay? Please get up and go. It's done. That kind of a love for the Guru, nothing else is required. But that love is not given easily. It has to be developed through discipline. And devotion is a discipline. And devotion is also a discipline. And the best way to increase love for the Guru is by engaging our inner senses, constantly engaging it at his feet. And offering our inner senses to him. So now, this is what we're going to do. We're going to see it and we're going to picture it. So we'll do it for 3-4 minutes. Please see, thoroughly see. Don't look at me. Okay? There or here. And fully see with your eyes wide open. And then close your eyes. Please don't do anything else. Don't close your eyes. No chanting. No repeating the name. This is a visual exercise. You see that picture. Absorb it fully. Close your eyes. Recreate it in your inner eye. Again open, close, open, close. Instructions clear? Anybody, any doubts on the instructions? Okay. The time starts now. I have it on my phone, so I will use my phone. You all please use that. See the image clearly in your mind's inner eye and bring your full, complete attention to that inner seeing. Just do this for few minutes and hold Swami in your inner eye, simply looking. Don't think about anything. Don't try to create love. Nothing. Simply look at him. Just be with him in your inner eye. Fully be with him in your inner eye. Okay, we'll stop. So I have a simple question. Just sitting with Swami, just looking at him with your inner eye, what do you feel? What does it create for you? Sorry, ma'am? Okay. So, I'm not able to hear fully. Okay. Okay. Very good. So as you see him, as you just see him for, let us say, 30 seconds, what do you feel is getting created between him and you? Yes, ma'am. Beautiful. Got it. Bliss. Yes. Sorry, did you raise your hand? Did you raise your hand? Somebody raised hand there? No? Okay. What's getting created? Yes, ma'am? Yeah. Peace. Yeah. You do it enough, for no reason at all, you will start feeling love for Swami. Just love will grow. Simply, I'm assuming we are all sitting here to grow our love for Swami. Okay, that's a basic assumption. Okay, we made all this effort to come here and sit here, on a nice Saturday evening. I'm assuming that we have come in the intention of, developing a deeper bond with our Guru. So just try this. I know I'm rushing it a bit because I have 3 other more techniques to go deeper and deeper before 8 o'clock. But this won't be done so fast. You will have to do at least half an hour a day. Okay, preferably keeping a count with the japamala, and there's a way to use the japamala. I don't want to get too technical about it, but we can discuss it offline. And then we have to do it. So more you do it, I just wanted you all of us to have a glimpse, just a taste of it, so that we are encouraged to do it after we go home. But this is not all. We have to sit. So I am just asking. We are creating newer and deeper ways of sitting with the Guru. That is only Upanishad. Upanishad means come and sit close to me. Come and sit close to me. Be with me. That is Upanishad. The essence of Upanishad is being with the Guru. Not his words, not his teachings, not his discourses, not his experiences. Being with the Guru. And the Guru or God is not different from his name or form. First of all, you have to know this. I am not saying this. Swami has said this. When we say Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha, that name is not different from Swami. It is Swami only. Shabda Brahman. That sound is manifested Swami. With that faith, we sit with Swami, just looking at him clearly. Forget name. If you just sit with him every day for 10 minutes as a discipline, you see at the end of 1 month, you will just feel his presence. You will just walk with him. You will just talk to him. You will just feel him. Literally, his unseen hand will feel guiding your life. And he will make sure that you know. He will give you hints. He will make you realize that I am there. Okay? Yes, ma'am? You had a question? Okay. Now, yeah. Yes, ma'am? Yeah. This time there was no chanting. Yes. Now we are going to go to the next level. Now we are going to involve our inner hearing and our inner seeing. Now what we are going to do, we are going to hold Swami clearly in our inner eye, and to that we are going to chant Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Again, without moving any physical organ, inner sound and inner sight. So we are going to see Swami. Again, feel free to open your eyes whenever you need to absorb the image. And you're going to look at Swami, and just inside it is going to reverberate. Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. We're just going. And whenever you need to, look at the image, but continue the chant without any sound. Okay, wait, don't start. Can we go little longer now? 7 minutes? So that we can actually feel, because really meditation really only starts after 20-21 minutes. Minimum one must do 1 hour. Because only after 50 minutes or so, actually the meditation starts. When a direct connection is built with your inner core. So this 3 minutes is not enough. Shall we go for 7 minutes this time? But we all fall asleep. Along with your inner seeing and inner hearing will be also inner cursing me. What the hell, this fellow, where have we got stuck? No inner cursing me, right? All right. Then we will do it for 7-8 minutes this time. And what we will do is very simple. See the picture if you need to. Close your eyes. Don't feel shy to open your eyes and look at it. Do it if you need to. Absorb the image. And to that inner seeing, quietly, just reverberate, create the inner hearing and the inner seeing of Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Okay? All right. We'll start now. Do it in a very relaxed way. There is nowhere to reach, nothing to attain. Calmly, gently, but firmly and clearly. See with the inner eye and create the inner hearing of Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Do it gently but clearly. Only 1 minute more. Don't allow your mind to go here and there. Gently persuade it back to the name and the form, the inner hearing and the inner seeing. And keep your attention firmly on that. Okay, we'll stop for now. Thank you. Okay, let me hear from someone else. However it is, doesn't matter. How is it to keep him in front of your inner eye? And so it's likely that you will be seeing him somewhere here. There are other forms of namasmarana where you visualize the feet in your heart chakra. But usually now this kind of smaranam, you will mostly see him around your third eye. But you don't have to worry about that, because once you're seeing, mostly the seeing will happen here. So anyone, anything? Yes, ma'am? Can't hear. The image is faint, but very good. So images, immediately open your eyes and see the image. Trust me, do this for 2-3 weeks. Then the image will get steadier and steadier. Then you will not even need to close your eyes. Open your eyes and you will see Swami in front of you. No, you need to open. If the image has become blurred, you will not be able to continue to make it stronger without opening your eyes in the beginning. Until you have firmly established his form within your inner eye, you will need some assistance. So definitely you need to open your eyes in the beginning. Just a week. 1 week of Namasmarana, do like that with, with opening eyes now and then to establish the image in your inner eye. Later on it may not be needed, but initially it will definitely be needed. Otherwise, other thoughts will start coming. Mind will start going here and there. We are trying to engage the entire inner sensory apparatus and make it flow towards the Guru. The hearing, the seeing, everything. So the whole idea is your whole being gravitates towards Swami. This is real Namasmarana. The whole of me begins to flow gently. So first, that's why we started with the loud chanting, then inner hearing, then establishing his image, inner hearing and inner seeing. Okay? Okay, we have 5 minutes. The last one. Usually I will do this much slower, but we are rushing with it. Please practice in your own time. Today when you go to bed, after you lie down, try to do this. Just look at Swami's picture in your phone and lying down, just keep doing Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha or whichever other mantram you want, and go on doing it and drift to sleep, trying to just allowing your being to flow towards him, and then see how beautifully you sleep and how nicely you will get up. Okay? So the last one, actually there are two, but I will stop with this one. Now there is a inbuilt Japamala God has given us. What's that inbuilt Japamala? Huh? Fingers? No. Breath. Inbuilt Japamala is there. So we really don't need actually a Japamala, but in the beginning, just to keep count, it's nice. Today I did 7 Japamalas. We feel a sense of accomplishment. So we can use the mala, but actually there's an inbuilt mala. Now what we're going to do, now this is a little challenging for those of us who are not used to meditating. What we're going to do is we're going to break the mantram into 2 parts. Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Om Shri Sai is one part, Parabrahmane Namaha is one part. Now listen to me carefully. As you inhale, we're going to say Om Shri Sai. As I exhale, Parabrahmane Namaha. Om Shri Sai, Parabrahmane Namaha. Now, it is important that you follow the breath and not make the breath follow you. If the breath begins to follow you, that means it is becoming a mental exercise and it will tire you and there will be no bliss, only irritation. I'm not joking. Because if you force the breath to follow the mind, it will create irritation in your system, pranic irritation. You will feel angry. It is important that you follow the breath, which means the body will decide when to take the next breath in. You will not decide. Be very attentive to what I am saying. Okay, now I have to chant the next mantra. Okay, so let me breathe in. Om Shri Sai. No, wait. Let the body decide when it wants to breathe. And as you breathe in, the breath will come first. Then with the ingoing breath, you say, again, say means what? Only inner saying, no movement of lips or anything. Om Shri Sai, Parabrahmane Namaha, while also keeping Swami's form in the inner eye. We chant Om Shri Sai as we breathe in, Parabrahmane Namaha as we breathe out, Om Shri Sai, Parabrahmane Namaha. And we breathe as the body wants to breathe. I will tell you a small tip. Exhale completely. So when most of us, our natural systems are so spoilt right now that our prana is all over the place. Okay? So our breaths have become very shallow. This is one of the fundamental reasons of bad health also. It's also stress. Manomaya and pranamaya are next to each other. Mind and breath are same. So many of our mental problems is because of our breathing. So as you're exhaling, once you're exhale a little more. Don't make it like that. Don't do anything terrible with your system. Like I have inhaled, then I have exhaled. I have completed exhalation, then exhale a little more, maybe 2 seconds more, and then automatically your inner breathing will become deeper. Don't try to breathe deeply. It will not happen. It'll play havoc with your mind, and then you will say, oh my God, this meditation is not working. Okay? It works. Beautifully it will work. Your whole being will get synced. And so beautifully you will flow towards Swami. But for that, important is you allow the breath. You follow the breath, not make the breath follow you. Breath is the master. So, and only thing you will do is exhale a little more than usual. Automatically the next inhalation will be deeper. Naturally, because you have completely exhaled. Many of our health problems are attached to our exhalation. In a normally healthy body with a healthy pranic system, exhalation must be twice the length of inhalation. It will be. But most of us, if you see, our inhalation is longer than our exhalation. It's a pranic disaster. Every breath we are creating bad health. Our exhalation must be approximately twice the length normally. This is not pranayama. This is normally our exhalation must be twice the length of our inhalation. That's a mark of a steady meditative person with decent health. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to inhale Om Shri Sai, exhale Parabrahmane Namaha while keeping Swami's image in our eyes and creating the mantra inwardly with the breathing. So now our entire system will be synced. Inner seeing, inner hearing, and then, actually inner seeing is also creating inner touching. Touching is also a sense. So when we do this now, you will feel the touch of Swami inside. So inner touch also is actually happening. So all the 5 senses actually will happen slowly. So inner hearing, inner seeing, syncing with our breath, synchronizing with our breathing, normal breathing with slightly deeper exhalation. Is that too much information to process? It's not. It's really simple. It's your breathing only. It's not something alien. No? Okay, shall we try this? No, that's all. This is the last one. Oh, it's already 3-4 minutes more? Okay. So we'll do this for just 3-4 minutes, just as an introduction, and then you can take it from there. Okay, so we'll start. What you will do is, as you inhale Om Shri Sai, exhale Parabrahmane Namaha, exhale slightly deeply, keep the image firmly. Again I say, keep it nicely. Look like as if he is in front of you. His face is right in front of your forehead. You know, you're seeing him. He's right here. See him and offer him this mantra, synchronizing it with the breathing. We will start now for 4 minutes. Okay, we'll stop now in the interest of time. We can go on for an hour like this. So let's try to do this an hour every day. Even if you can't do 1 hour at a time, maybe twice, half an hour, or thrice, 20 minutes. Do it for 90 days. And then see if some beautiful change doesn't happen in your life. Guaranteed it will happen. Something will shift. Irreversibly it will shift. Give it 90 days, 1 hour. Chant with seeing, inner hearing, and synchronizing with the breath, so that your whole being is doing Namasmarana. And Nama Rupa Smarana, actually. It is not just Nama Smarana. What we are doing is Nama Rupa Smarana. We are, being with the complete Swami. The complete of us is being with the complete Swami. And just sitting with the Guru is real Upanishad. Any questions on this? Anything? Yes, ma'am? Can't hear you.
Thank you. The sequence, like the way you taught us.
You can do any of these, but the last one is the best.
Okay, so we can directly do the last one.
Yes. Nothing so great about it. Okay, you can definitely do the last one, but if you're finding you struggling, especially with the breath, then you do without the breath. Yeah. And if you really want to one day do it loudly, you do loudly. It's fine. Find your own way. The thing is, this is the thing. You start with a good intention. Some intuition and wisdom will pour on you. Swami will guide you after that. He will tell you what you should do, what you're doing right, what you're not doing right, how you can do it differently. All those intuitions will come in your heart. We don't take the first step of inner movement. And then we keep trying to figure out how is it the right way. I'll read more books. Should I do it? I should not do it this way. That person told this. We just do. Like how Nike says, no? Just do it. Just do it and then see. Just jump into the pool. Jumping into the pool and splashing whatever all over and not at all swimming correctly is better than sitting outside and reading a book on swimming. It is still better, right? Yes, sir. But it is that and this is this. This is directly creating a relationship with the Guru. Candlelight, Jyoti meditation is also beautiful. Every meditation has its own strength. You are trying to create a direct communion with what Swami represents inside of you. So Namasmrana ultimately will lead to greater inner silence. 100% it will lead, 100%. Okay? Eventually, you don't have to close your eyes at all. Walking, you're talking to somebody, but you can see Swami. Like not in him. You will be seeing Swami while talking to this person. So eventually the form will become so clear to you, you will not have to close your eyes at all. Just like that, with your eyes open, fully open, you can be looking at Swami and inwardly, Om Shri Sai is going on. It's just going on. It's just happening. So, and it is not as difficult as it sounds. Just we need about investment of 3 months, 90 days. Yes. Yeah. So I don't know what Swami said. 11 seconds is if you can be absolutely thoughtless. Swami has said this. Absolutely thoughtless and fully aware for just 11 seconds. You will know the essence of divinity. That's true. 11 seconds. That's all. Absolutely thoughtless, absolutely still, completely aware. 11 seconds and we will reach the deepest point within ourselves. That's what Swami said. So this whole journey is just for those 11 seconds. Huh? Yeah, not necessary. This is one of the great practices. There are many other ways. Self-inquiry, we'll see tomorrow is another way. There are many ways. Nothing is necessary, but this is one way. If you want to go from here to wherever, San Diego, there are multiple ways to do it. Any way will take you. This is one way. Yes, one name is better, ma'am. Because to develop that inner reverberation of that one name itself will take time. It's best to stick to one name. We can also do Gayatri Mantram this way, where half the mantram you can do inwardly, inhalation and exhalation. I can leave my number with you. Okay, you can ping me, you can WhatsApp me, if you have any more questions. But you'll have to give you a reference that I was in the retreat. Okay, this is not for hello, hi. Okay, not casual talks. Just you can ask me if you have a question. I prefer an audio note. I don't like texting. If you send me an audio note of a question with the reference that this was from this retreat, I'll be happy to answer your question. Question based on practice. I will know if the question is coming out of practice or is it coming out of curiosity. I will answer only if the question is coming from practice. I assure you I will know. Just with the energy of your voice only I will know. if it is coming from practice or is it coming from mere curiosity. Oh, let me get this. Let me wrap my mind around it. I will not answer that question. If it comes from practice, I'll be happy to answer that question. Okay? How do I leave my number with you? We can either, yeah? Okay, so all of them are in some group? Okay, great. In retreat group, he'll share my number and also my email. Whichever medium is comfortable for you, you can reach me from that. Okay? Any more questions we'll take because I don't want to come in the way of the next program. More questions, you can actually catch me anytime for the next today and tomorrow, or you can ping me on email or phone. Okay? Thank you so much. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Sairam, let's give another round of applause to brother. Thank you, brother, for giving us that insights on Nama Smarana or Nama Rupa Smarana, because it's very important to internalize because, as he said this earlier also in the morning, that senses are the problem, and when we control the senses and focus on the mind and focus Swami, then it's very helpful for us to have that one-on-one romance with our dear Lord. So with that, I'll hand it over to brother.
Sairam, everyone. Like we outlined just before dinner, but before that, thank you, Brother Sanjay. This was so exquisite and so special. We are so grateful to have gone through this experience with you. So much to think about. Sairam, everyone will leave the hall now. The young adults will take some time just reconfiguring. So please certainly use the bathrooms, drink some tea, have some hot water, maybe take some breeze. Please keep it silent and quiet and enjoy the kind of environment we're creating. And then the young adults will bring us back for their offering. Sairam, stay close, please. Please plan on being back and enjoying it. Sairam, 10 minutes.
Sairam. Sairam, requesting all of you to settle down. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Can we turn off the hall lights? Sairam. Ready, huh? Om Shri Sai Ram. Region 7 YS will be now presenting an offering in the form of a play to bring out the retreat theme, Knowing to Being Sai. As you follow along, we invite you to think deeply about the intentions of the characters and subsequently reflect on how you can apply the theme into your own lives. We sincerely hope you enjoy the performance. Om Shri Sai Ram.
Sairam, everyone. From knowing to being Sai. That is the theme of our retreat. But what does it mean to become Sai? We have explored this topic in depth today through speaker sessions, workshops, and reflections. Do we become Sai if we sing bhajans perfectly every time? If we undertake and succeed in large-scale service projects, does it guarantee that divinity will spark within us overnight? Or can we say that we have become Sai if we can recite and repeat Swami's discourses and words? Come, let us see how Raga, a young adult, searches for the Sai within her in a quest to become Sai. Raga is joined by her peers in a young adult study circle led by Priya. Let us join in their discussion.
Today, we discussed at length about speaking obligingly and kindly. Tailgating off this topic, during next week's study circle, we will be discussing the following shloka from the Gita. Satyam bruyat, priyam bruyat, na bruyat, satyam apriyam, priyam chananrutam bruyat, esha dharma sanatanaha. Can anyone share what this means to them? Samya, how about you?
Truth?
Just truth? That's it? That's like describing rasam as just spiced water?
Okay. What do you think, Raga?
Come on! Haven't you heard Swami explaining this quote in his December 1967 talk? Speak the truth, but speak pleasantly. Simply because a statement will be welcome to the listener's ears, don't speak it out to win their approval. If speaking the truth will cause grief or pain, keep silent.
Oh my god. I bet Raga has a flash drive in her brain loaded with all of Swami's discourses.
It is about remembering Swami's words repeatedly and keeping them fresh in your mind.
You mean like plugging in the drive every day?
Exactly. Daily practice is like plugging in.
That's the spirit. Before we close, who wants to tie together what we learned today with what we plan to discuss next week?
I will. We are learning that truth should always be spoken with kindness, and kindness should always be truthful. Both go together.
Perfect. Thank you all for joining tonight's study circle. Don't forget, tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, we meet to help our SSC kids with the seva. And no, sharp does not mean 9:15, Lakshmi.
Hey, I was late only once. Maybe twice?
All right. Let's end with our closing prayers.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
next day, Raga, Neha, and Vaidehi are part of the April Showers Burrito Seva team. To the soothing background of bhajans, the team is diligently assembling burritos destined for a homeless shelter.
We have to finish 40 more in 20 minutes. I'm going to speed up.
Neha, you're making a mess. Look at this tortilla falling apart. Do you think people can eat this?
I'm sorry. I was just trying to help. I thought if we did not go faster, we wouldn't be able to finish.
Going faster doesn't help if we have to throw it away. We don't have time for mistakes.
Palpable silence descends upon the kitchen for a minute. Vaidehi, who has been standing beside them, calmly sets down her spoon and tries to help the situation. She takes Neha aside and consoles her.
I didn't mean to spill the salsa, but I also didn't expect to be yelled at.
Don't worry, Neha. Mistakes happen, but they can be corrected with patience. I know we are short on time, but Swami is always with us. We will get it done. I'm sure of it. Raga, I know it is in your nature to want things perfect, just as it is in your nature to speak the truth as you see it. Those are good qualities, but when urgency and frustration come in, the truth can come out sharp and perfection can feel like pressure instead of care. The end goal is to feed people, yes, but we do it through love and patience along the way.
This is so frustrating. It feels like I'm the only one who cares about doing things the right way. Maybe I just won't say anything.
The following day, Vaidehi and following day, Vaidehi and Raga, who both teach an SSC class together, meet up to discuss next week's lesson plan. Let's see what lesson Vaidehi has in mind.
Sai Ram Raga, how are you doing? Nice to see you after yesterday's seva. All our burritos were delivered on time.
Yeah, we delivered on time. We did run into a few issues though, which was quite disappointing.
It's okay, Raga. Like I was saying yesterday, situations come up that may not be in our control. But how we choose to react to them is what makes a difference. And learning a lesson from that situation is what ultimately matters.
Yeah, I hope Neha learned her lesson.
Okay, so for next week's lesson plan, I came across this shloka. Let me know what you think about it and what it means. Satyam bhruyat, priyam bhruyat, na bhruyat satyam apriyam, priyam chanandrutam bhruyat, esha dharmaha sanatanaha.
Raga is surprised that this quote has come up for the second time this week in conversation.
It means that truth should always be spoken with kindness, and kindness should always be truthful. Both go together.
That's right, Raga. I was thinking of sharing a chinna katha, small story that beautifully illustrates the importance of restraining ourselves from conveying the truth harshly and instead finding a way to be kind in the way we speak. It is the story of the saint and the snake.
In the heart of a peaceful village, Nagarbhavi, a shadow of worry had fallen. The snake, once a creature of the hills, had become a source of fear, its presence felt in every corner. As the day draws to a close, a few friends gather, their talk inevitably turning to this unwelcome guest, their voices reflecting the growing unease that has gripped the community.
Three chais, please. Hello, hello. What a nice day, guys. How are you all doing?
Oh, Ninad. Nice day feels a bit strong right now. That snake? It's been at its mischief again.
I honestly don't know what's going to become of us. Feels like this snake is calling the shots for the whole village now.
Scared of just that one snake? Come on, it's not that big a deal. We have had snakes here forever, and no one was this worried. After a charmer tamed the snakes, some of us even played with them. Back then, they were just a part of the village.
All right, Mr. Braveheart. Why don't you go and try and tame this snake then?
Is this a challenge?
Oh, no. It's a public service announcement. We will start planning your send off right away.
And I am putting my claim on your land.
My land? I haven't even said yes yet.
That's fine. The snake will.
Okay, I agree. I will go have a look at the snake and report back. Assuming I make it out in one piece.
Ninad walks away, putting on a brave face, but inside, he's worried. Ritesh and Santosh watch him go, and they keep looking at the hill, feeling jumpy. It's like they half expect the snake to just show up and make their jokes real. A few days had passed since Ninad met with Ritesh and Santosh. As dusk began to settle, Ninad was on his way home, making a stop at the bustling marketplace.
How much for 3 kilos of rice?
2,000 rupees, sir.
I only have 1,500.
No. 2,000 rupees only.
Okay, fine. I'll pay 500 later.
As Ninad browsed the neighboring stalls, waiting for his rice, a faint, dry rustle prickled his ears. He paused, tilting his head, and dismissed it as just the wind. He turned back towards the shopkeeper. Then he heard it again, undeniably closer this time. A shadow swept low. He looked up, his heart leaping into his throat to find the infamous snake, its tongue flickering, its piercing eyes locked on him. Pure instinct took over. Ninad grabbed the closest, heaviest thing he could find, the very sack of rice he'd just bought, and held it up like a shield. With an angry hiss, it recoiled as it started to slither closer, preparing for another strike. The very next day, still feeling the chill of the encounter, Ninad met up with Ritesh and Santosh. He was still catching his breath, not just from the run, but from the raw memory of fear.
Are Ninad bhai, where have you been hiding all these days? We thought the snake ate you or something.
Arey, what do I tell you? I'm lucky that I'm standing here. Yesterday, I saw that monster with my own eyes.
Yes, yes. Then?
Then and all what? I ran away.
Did you do your big hero act and tame it?
Hero act? That snake just came out of nowhere, hissed like a demon, and took one big swipe at me. I tell you, my soul just jumped right out of my body.
See, I told you. But you were all big talk that day, weren't you?
Yes, yes, laugh now. But seriously, this is too much. We are all living like servants to that snake.
True. It even just waltzes into the bazaar, takes whatever it wants, and slithers away without even a thank you.
Listen, I know someone who might be able to help. A saint.
Saint? Who? Will he come with a big stick or with mantras?
Both I think. This saint has dealt with snakes before and he's lived to tell the tale.
Oh, let's see if your saint can really help us, or he's just another sadhu who eats our laddus and leaves. Call him quickly.
Determined to find a solution, Ninad travels to the mountain where the saint lives. He humbly explains the dire situation, painting a vivid picture of the snake as vicious and a constant threat to the villagers. Hearing Ninad's plea, the saint agrees to help and sets out to visit the village to confront the infamous snake himself. A quiet, serene figure is a stark contrast to the fear that had consumed the village. He sought out the snake, not with apprehension, but with a profound sense of understanding. He found the snake coiled amongst the rocks, its gaze wary.
Oh, snake, do you remember me? You were a thief in your previous birth, and you still trouble the villagers so much. Why?
Oh, saint, you don't understand these villagers. They throw stones at me. They bang their big gongs as if I were a storm about to swallow them whole. And they run away in terror. If I don't bite, how will they ever show respect to me? Will they let me be?
Respect born out of fear is not true respect, my child. It is like a roof held up by flimsy sticks. One strong gust of wind and it all collapses. Genuine respect comes from peace, not terror.
So if I stop biting, they will what? Treat me like a guest?
Perhaps not, but they will certainly stop seeing you as an enemy. You will be able to move along your path freely without striking and harming.
I'm a snake. Biting is my true nature. It's how I am.
So is slithering. Yet you do not slither around every single person you encounter, do you? Control comes from choice, my child. You possess the inherent power to strike or choose not to. That is where your real strength lies. It is in the choice, not the action.
You make it sound so easy.
I know, my child, it is not easy. But true peace within yourself can never be found by hurting others. Try it just once. Refrain from striking. See how light your heart feels. Feel the peace that comes from kindness.
All right. I will not bite anyone from today. This is my promise to you. But what if someone steps on my tail? What then?
Let them complain, my child. You will still have kept your sacred promise. Now go and let the village finally see the new you, the one of peace and choice.
With the saint's gentle counsel resonating within it, the snake turned and slowly, deliberately began to slither away, a silent promise hanging in the air. The village would soon witness a transformation, a testament to the quiet power of choice over instinct.
Is everything all right? What happened?
Oh, Saint, ever since I stopped biting, the children of the village throw stones at me and trouble me relentlessly. The adults have driven me away. I'm suffering so much. They show me no mercy.
Oh, my silly dear snake. I told you not to bite. That is true. But I never told you not to hiss. Hissing, you see, is a warning. It tells others to stay away, to give you space without causing them harm. Self-control, my child, does not mean becoming weak or allowing others to mistreat you. It means using your strength wisely with discernment, without the destructive force of anger or the intent to harm. You can protect yourself without causing injury.
The saint's words were a balm to the snake's wounded spirit, a clarification that offered a path forward, a way to uphold its promise while still commanding respect and ensuring its safety. Hissing and biting are two truths associated with the snake. This is where the snake has the choice to withhold its biting, the easier but unpleasant truth, and instead focus on the hissing, the difficult but more pleasant truth. A thoughtful silence hangs in the air for a moment as Raga absorbs the lesson.
Wow, Vaidehi. So the biting of the snake, that's like speaking an unpleasant truth, something that hurts. But the hissing, that's still a truth, a warning, but it doesn't cause harm. It does its job, it keeps people safe without being overly hurtful or mean. It's the truth spoken with kindness.
Great! I'm hoping the kids will also understand this in our next class. Oh wow, look at the time. Why don't we stop here and I'll see you next week?
Sairam, see you then.
Raga, lost in thought, makes her way out of the classroom and towards her car. The Bhagavad Gita's quote, combined with the saint's lesson, has sparked a powerful internal reflection.
I was harsh with Neha at the service event with my sharp and critical words, like the snake biting. But how could I have achieved the task without hurting her?
A sense of quiet determination settles over Raga as she reaches her car. The lessons from the story are beginning to forge a new resolve within her. The journey to being Sai is not just about knowing the teachings, but about living them every day in every interaction. Raga's natural instinct takes over, but her reflection from the Chinnakatha begins an internal clash between her mind and her conscience.
How could she do this? The repeat offense. Put an end to this right now. A leader who forgives twice teaches carelessness forever.
Or teaches courage. Correct the mistake. Enable the person.
You think that makes you noble? It only makes you weak. Your words are your fangs, Raga. If you do not strike when someone slips, they will never learn. Strike now, and they will remember your bite every time they falter.
Fangs leave wounds, but patience? Patience can guide, teach, and heal. Speaking the truth is your nature, but when you let fear or anger color it, that truth becomes venom. And venom may silence for a moment, but it never nurtures growth.
If you are not aggressive, you will be dismissed as being soft, and your standards trampled without hesitation.
Speak the truth, yes, but let it uplift, never wound. That is the dharma of speech. Harshness is not the only way to achieve perfection, Raga. As Swami teaches, love must be the undercurrent for all our actions.
I'm so sorry, Raga. I promise I'll be more careful.
Hey, it's okay. We're okay. These things happen. Come on, let's rebuild.
Raga and Neha quickly put everything back together.
Thank you. I just don't know what happened. Thank you for being patient with me, and next time I'll do a much better job.
I'm glad to hear it.
Vaidehi, I now realize what you told me the other day about the importance of restraining ourselves from conveying the truth harshly. What a difference it makes when we actually practice Swami's message in our life.
And so, Raga went from merely knowing Swami and his message to actually living his message, and is now one step closer to being Sai. Mic drop. Oops. Sairam, everyone.
Sounds like a lovely backdrop for my entry. But really wanted to, how beautifully they brought the meaning of knowing to being Sai home in a short 40 minutes. How effective was the storytelling, how well it bridged a number of different styles. And you know, the scene changes, the props, the backdrops, the costumes, the dance. All so fabulous. Can we hear it one more time for our lovely, lovely young adults? Many of them are serving in other capacities as well as they're thinking about this play and doing this play. So really want to take a moment to thank them for all that they do for this region. You know, Swami has said that the young adults are the future, and they keep proving this time and time again. Of note also are the SSE children who, after a really long and hot day, are just like, have been the most amazing audience. Like, let's hear it for them also. Hopefully they're seeing the lovely pipeline to what it makes. You know, in the future, who wants to do the snake dance? There, I see some hands. I see this. Yes, this is happening. Jai Sai Ram. We'll just end with closing prayers for today. I know we went about 25 minutes later than planned. We'll close for today. Tomorrow morning begins here at 5:30 in the morning with Suprabhatam. And we'll do it in Sanskrit and in English, and then we'll do Nagar Sankirtan around the property, and then we will do singing like we did in the outside, and then we'll start our day with breakfast. So the day will start here again 5:30, and as you leave, we'll reconfigure the space so that it looks more like this morning. Sairam. So with that, break is done. I'm going the wrong way. Yes. Can we just end with Samastaloka? May all the beings in all the world have happiness and peace. Samastaloka sukhino bhavantu. Samastaloka sukhino bhavantu. Samastaloka sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Jai Bolo Bhagwan Shri Satya Sai Baba Ji ki.